Chapter 1626–1650 Supremacy Games 1626 The Parting Gifts 3. The End. Amidst the ethereal expanse of the spirit realm, where wisps of consciousness drifted like stars in a vast, silent sea of the spirit realm, Felix found himself face to face with the spirit of his grandfather. He had no facial features and nothing resembling his grandfather. Yet, the sight struck a deep chord within him, causing a tumult of emotions surging forth. He knew, no, he was certain that was his one and only grandfather. His grandfather's spirit floated there, a solitary figure in the endless void, appearing lost and untethered. As Felix gazed upon him, a profound sense of sadness enveloped his heart. Memories of laughter, wisdom, and warmth flooded back, a stark contrast to the forlorn figure before him. Felix's eyes reddened a bit as he reached out, a silent apology forming on his lips for not being there, for all the moments lost and the time they could not reclaim. The sight of his once strong and guiding grandfather, now a wandering echo in the spirit realm, filled him with a deep, aching longing and distress that clawed at his very soul. He wanted nothing more but to make a wish and save him from drowning in this endless sea, but his ice-cold calculative mind made him drop such thought immediately. He understood that the moment he went for it, he would fall off with Lord Hades and this would cause all of his plans to fall apart. Just wait a little bit more, Grandpa, I promise you, I will return even if it's the last thing I do. Felix muttered under his breath, I promise. With a single blink, Felix got rid of such emotions and carried on with his mission. He used the help of the universe to open a portal to the spirit realm. When it was opened, he pushed Noah's spirit within it and then closed it shut immediately. The instant Noah's spirit connection was severed from his body, Felix snapped his finger and deactivated his sloth symbol, then, he observed Noah silently. He understood that his symbol wouldn't retract Noah's spirit back to his body now that he was in the spirit realm. As expected, a few moments later, Noah's eyes opened up to the desolation and infinite darkness of the spirit realm. The only light around him was of grandfather's Robert and his spirit, shimmering akin to a candle in a pitch-black cave. Felix and the tenants watched as Noah's usual composed and cold expression got washed in a visceral wave of fear and distress. The profound isolation and the eerie silence of this realm clawed at his mind, evoking a sense of existential dread that he had never known. Panic began to set in as he realized his detachment from the physical world, the absence of familiar sights, sounds, and the warmth of human connection. His heart raced, and his spirit trembled in the face of this vast, unknown void. The enormity of his situation dawned on him at last. I think you should pull him out. Elder Kraken sighed, he is still a child, moved by his emotions, and this mission might consume him alive. Many other tenants agreed with his take, understanding that such a mission wasn't easy for even some primogenitors. It took a different kind of will. No, he will pull through. Fenrir said with a tone filled with undeniable conviction. Just as the tenants were about to argue with him, Noah's expression turned cold again while eyeing the spirit realm with a tint of disdain. Like he was challenging it to break him and stop him from reuniting with his little sister. Without an ounce of hesitation, he caught Felix's grandfather with one hand and used the other to hold the compass in front of him. Then, he burst through the realm with a godly speed in a single line, disappearing out of Felix's vision in the blink of an eye. Felix wasn't surprised by his speed as he had already known that nothing could stop spirits from reaching the speed of light and moving even through time in the spirit realm. After all, there was nothing physical about them to hold their speed and they were traveling in a spiritual dimension. That's how the Karens traveled across the spirit realm in the first place. The only reason other spirits couldn't do the same was because they had no consciousness in the first place to make them want to do it. Meanwhile, those inside the heavenly plane were under the limitation of the plane's laws. Still, this didn't mean that Noah's journey would be finished in a few seconds. It simply meant that he had a chance to succeed in achieving it. That's Noah for you. Felix smiled as he cancelled his spiritual vision. He had a feeling that Noah would be the only one capable of achieving this mission before losing his sanity. After all, it was rare to find such a level of obsession with the protection of one's family. Speaking of obsession, I guess it's time. Felix smiled wryly at what awaited him next. Some time later, on the edge of a towering cliff, with the vast expanse of the world stretching out before them, Felix and Selpha sat side by side, their legs dangling into the abyss below. The sky was painted with the brilliant hues of dusk, casting a soft, sad light over the scene. A gentle breeze whispered around them, carrying with it the faint scent of the wild flowers that bloomed along the cliffside. Selpha had a sorrowful smile on her face. She was smart enough to understand what was going on in Felix's mind. So, she tried to make it easier for him. Felix, you don't have to worry about me. I made up my choice a long time ago and I never regretted it for even a moment. She said with a soft tone. Felix turned to Selpha, his eyes holding a depth of emotion that was rarely seen. How can I not worry? You are one of my closest and dearest friends. It pains me to know that you won't live your life to the fullest because of me. Selpha, he continued, his voice low and sincere, I've always known, felt, and deeply appreciated the genuine love you've held for me. Your kindness, your support, it's been a light in my darkest times. Selpha turned to face him, her eyes searching his, a silent question lingering in their depths. Felix carried on, the words flowing from a place of honesty and pain. I'm truly sorry, Selpha. I'm sorry that I can't give you what you truly deserve, the love and companionship of someone who loves you as deeply and genuinely as you love them. You don't have to be sorry, I never wanted you to be sorry or love me back. Selpha held her dress tightly, tears threatening to flood down her cheeks. I just wanted to be by your side, nothing more, nothing else. But, that's unfair to you, you deserve someone who can share their life with you, someone who can give you their whole heart. And while I have 7 hearts, they all belong to Asna. They always have. I can't, and I won't fool you with false promises or half-hearted affection. It wouldn't be fair to you. Selpha listened, her expression a mix of sadness and understanding. She had always known, somewhere deep down, that Felix's heart was taken forever, but hearing it, so plainly and earnestly, brought a sharp clarity to her feelings. Selpha, you are extraordinary, and you will find someone who can love you the way you deserve to be loved. So, please, I beg you, let me free you. Felix turned back to her and placed a finger near her forehead, the tip was shimmering with pink light, a mark of using the laws of lust. Selpha neither moved away nor yelled at him, she merely gave him a sweet smile, a silent tear, falling down her cheek, and murmured, I don't know what that means, but I never uttered I was a prisoner. So, do as you see fit, I can't stop you but just know this, I will always love you, now, and forever. Felix's finger trembled near her forehead, having strong difficulty going on with his decision and Selpha's words weren't making it any easier. As long as your race's quirk is in place, you will never have the option to let go since you don't understand such a concept in the first place. Then, get rid of it. Selpha uttered with a gentle tone, I will prove to you, that my love has not been affected and will never be. Felix stared profoundly into her loving watery eyes, seeing a different kind of conviction than that of Noah's, his trembling finger stopped and the color of his finger's tip got brighter. Then, he touched her forehead, making her close her eyes in acceptance of whichever decision Felix had made. You are free to love whoever now, and if you still decide to continue loving me, it's not up to me to change your mind. I have uttered and done enough. Felix caressed her cheek for a moment before pulling his hand away. Goodbye, Selpha, may fate reunite us again. When Selpha opened her eyes, she found that Felix was nowhere to be seen, leaving behind floating particles carried away by the ocean's breeze. Selpha neither cried nor uttered her goodbyes as she gazed at the disappearing particles. Her heart was broken, but not shattered as Felix had decided to respect her wishes and remove only the quirk aspect of her race, not manipulate her emotions of him. This implied that she finally had the decision to either genuinely continue to love him even after all of this or just give up and accept the reality before her. In either case, she would be responsible 100% for her decision, and this was all Felix ever longed from her. Selfa stood up and dusted her dress, then walked away, her back facing the serene ocean, having the opposite representation of her current emotional state. As she was walking away, she gazed into the sky and uttered one last time with a tint of hopefulness in her eyes, "See you later, my love." 1627 Breakthrough to the Origin Realm / the Ascension. I thank you for being gentle with her, Lady Yggdrasil said with an appreciative tone as she gazed at Felix, who was sitting across from her at the central table within his consciousness space. Felix had already reached out to Lady Yggdrasil and Cyclope, letting them know that they were more than welcome to be part of his journey to the Eternal Kingdom. Both of them agreed at once, as this wasn't an opportunity to be missed. While Lady Yggdrasil was coming along for sightseeing and research purposes, Cyclope's goal was to find a way to improve his forging craft. It was possible. When Felix showed him what happened to his masterpiece, the Cosmos Breaker, he instantly felt like his pride as the greatest forger in the universe shattered. He realized that he was not worthy of such a title if his greatest achievement was broken as easily as any other trash. I never had any intentions to hurt her. Felix sighed, if only I had this possibility way before her emotions developed to this stage, the situation might have been much easier to remedy. There is no point in dwelling over this anymore. Thor said calmly, you have done the right thing and it's time to focus on the bigger picture. Felix knew that he was right. He couldn't have his concentration wasted on anything else besides the Eternal Kingdom from this moment on. Now that he had dealt with his friends and even helped his race improve their lives, it was time to focus on himself. The first thing he did was return to the heart of the Void Realm, wanting to check on Nimmo. He noticed that he still needed more time than anticipated to hatch, so he added a few more days, which translated to tens of thousands of years in his illusion domain. Next, he took off to the Void Nation's territory and situated himself in his throne chamber. He waved his hand once and 6 perfect clones manifested in front of him after a red symbol appeared above his head. Those weren't just normal clones, they possessed a powerful consciousness similar to Felix, as they were born out of a portion of his soul, so each one was just as powerful and capable as Felix. The only limitation they possessed was the fact they couldn't utilize any laws besides the one under them. However, they could be affected by all symbols regardless of their laws. Because of this, Felix had to recall them since he couldn't utilize all laws simultaneously with them being separated. After they merged with him again, Felix felt his soul being enriched and reaching its peak strength again. Should I continue increasing my strength, or is it just not worth it anymore? Felix said as he tapped his finger on the armrest. In the past year, he wasn't just helping his friends and his race, he also abused the laws for his benefit. The first thing he did was use his perfect cloning symbol on the rare minerals in his possession to create an unfathomable number of resources for his dragon cultivation system. Then, he sent his gluttony form clone to the elemental galaxy and devoured those elemental minerals by the tens of thousands. Because he possessed the gluttony sin laws, the devouring process and digestion system were at their peak forms without needing any kind of external help. So, he never slept even a moment as the clone kept devouring thousands worth of minerals each second tirelessly. Due to the time difference, 1 year here was a century there. Yet, it was more than enough for Felix to reach the 50th dragon mark, which translated to a pure strength increase of 1 million BF in total. This was more marks reached than the ancestral dragon himself. Yet, the ancestral dragon had reached the primogenitor's level in terms of strength, which was understandable, when considering that dragons were born with an innate foundational strength without even using their cultivation system. For the ancestral dragon, he probably was able to reach 500k and BF through pure maturity without a single mark. After hitting the 40th mark, the progress has slowed down immensely as I require 100 billion of rare minerals to push past 1 mark. Felix spoke to himself, now that I am at the 50th, I need more than 100 trillion worth of elemental minerals to complete one mark. It's no longer sustainable when crossing each mark doubles down the resources needed. Even though Felix had all the time in the world, he wasn't interested in spending eons of effort and pain for the sake of a single 20 kbf boost. It wasn't worth it anymore, especially when he was about to surpass 20 million BF at once, the instant he ascended to a unigen. Looks like I have reached the universe's fullest potential and it can no longer sustain my growth. Felix chuckled, never expecting in his life to say something as outrageous as this. But, he was right, there was close to nothing the universe could give him at the moment to improve himself. In other words, it's time to ascend. The moment he said this, Candace and the rest of the councilmen entered the throne chamber and positioned themselves at the corners. They had solemn expressions mixed in with a bit of anticipation. Felix had requested their attendance in case of some kind of an emergency. Whether they could help him or not was debatable, but it was better to have them near than not. Felix stood up from his throne and walked to the center of the chamber while undressing himself in a slow and dignified manner. Immediately after reaching the center, he was left in his boxers, which were made out of void energy. Then, he sat in meditation, his form a picture of serene determination. The room, vast and opulently adorned, seemed to hold its breath, the very air charged with the anticipation of the momentous and historical event about to unfold. All I have to do is launch the breakthrough process to the origin realm and the universe will take it from there, Felix murmured as he had his eyes closed shut, doing one last round of mental preparation. In reality, he was prepared thousands of years ago and if he wanted, he could have been an origin bloodliner any second. So, the moment his hearts were settled and his mind was at peace, his will, an unyielding force, ignited the process. Internally, a fierce battle commenced, a war between the overwhelming 99% of Lord Loki's bloodline and the defiant 1% of his human lineage. Felix's human side, though vastly outnumbered, was fueled by a relentless desire to prevail, to consume and assimilate the powerful bloodline that had been a part of him for so long. The stakes were clear and absolute. Success meant a breakthrough into the origin realm, and failure meant death. Yet, even so without Lord Loki's assistance, Felix was demolishing his bloodline, making his 1% human bloodline seem like the predator. Geez, he has been waiting for this instant for too long to unleash this kind of overwhelming destruction on my poor bloodline. Lord Loki's eyelids twitched. Haha, what did you expect? All humans' dream is to become an origin bloodliner and Felix was no different. Thor chuckled as he watched Felix's human bloodline increase from 1% to 30% almost instantly. There was no such entity as walls like the last time as Felix had reached his peak state in every realms, spiritual, physical, mental, and whatnot. Nothing was stopping this breakthrough, not even so the universe. As the struggle intensified, Felix's body began to undergo some profound mutations. His skin rippled, his veins glowed with an inner light, and the air around him vibrated with the force of the conflicting bloodlines. The chamber itself seemed to respond, the walls pulsing with energy as if witnessing the birth of a new era. It was like the universe was seeking to find the best evolution path for Felix, a being who reached the peak in its territory without even so reaching his peak potential first. When it dug deeper, the universe recognized the presence of the paragon of Sin's core at last, a power that resonated with the very fabric of creation. This discovery seemed to have changed everything. In a cosmic intervention, the universe wove the core into the process naturally, realizing that the only rightful path before him was to become a unigen and more specifically, the new paragon. As the three rulers expected, the fact that there was a void in Lilith's place was more than enough for the universe to consider Felix as the best candidate for the new position. Hence Felix's normal origin breakthrough was transformed into an ascension, a never-before-seen awe-inspiring phenomenon. Whoosh! The throne chamber was packed with a blinding light and raging winds as the paragon of Sin's core was forced into assimilation with Felix by the universe itself. Nothing could go against the universe's authority, not even so Lilith could stop this process from finishing anymore. Because it was the universe's own will, the union was surprisingly painless. The agony of such processes was usually because of going against nature or the universe's will, like the bloodline integration system. If it was a natural process, humans wouldn't feel a single entity since they wouldn't know even so when it happened. As the core integrated with Felix, his body became the canvas for a series of profound transformations. The once prominent horn that had marked his heritage fell away, signifying the shedding of his old self. His dark red hair, a symbol of his vitality and demonization, turned a luminous white and began to proliferate, cascading down his back in a silken river that stretched tens of meters behind him. It was as if his very essence was being rewritten, each strand of hair a testament to his newfound purity and strength. Surprising path of evolution, I thought he would get more demonic and bestial. Ramongander commentated. The rest of the tenants shared the same sentiment, knowing that the paragon of Sin's core would dominate the mutations path since the rest of the bloodlines couldn't resist its authority. Yet, it turned out they have spoken a bit too soon. 1628 Breakthrough to the Origin Realm / the Ascension. 2. The paragon's core seemed to work in harmony with the emerging mutations, bending and shaping them to align with the powers of the paragon of Sins. As the assimilation reached its zenith, a breathtaking spectacle began to unfold. From Felix's back, 7 magnificent and massive tails emerged, each one a marvel of creation. Arg! This time, Felix felt the pain hit the very essence of his soul, making him grunt out loud. These were not ordinary tails but majestic draconian appendages, each head adorned with a sin symbol on its forehead, an emblem of the power it represented. The faces of the tails bore a resemblance to the animals associated with each sin, from the serpentine visage of envy to the lion-like majesty of pride. Whoosh! 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 They moved with a life of their own as they slid through the air freely until they reached the ceiling. Without an ounce of resistance, the 7 dragon-yawed heads smashed through the ceiling and continued growing until everyone in the Void Nation was able to see them. The moment everyone's attention was affixed to them, the 7 dragons released a thunderous primal roar. It sounded so deep and shook the very foundations of the Void Nation. Citizens far and wide clutched their ears in agony, the roar piercing their minds and souls, compelling them to kneel in involuntary reverence and awe. The sky itself seemed to tremble at the presence of these magnificent creatures, each head arching back and releasing a roar that was both a challenge to the cosmos and a defiant claim of their newfound place in the universe. How heavenly, each of those tails feels like they possess the strength to rule the universe. 7-headed dragon-yawed hydra, this is beyond a mutation. It's expected. Lady Sphinx remarked with a solemn tone, the origin realm signified the birth of a new race with the origin being a human. In Felix's case, it seems like his dragon's DNA, and 7 Hearts mutation were powerful enough to get involved heavily in shaping his evolution. Both the runic heart and devourer's heart hadn't made an appearance since they weren't as genetically dominating as the dragon's heart and elder Kraken's mutation. As for Lord Loki and the rest of the primogenitor's bloodlines, some made it and some didn't. Jormungandr's and Thor's serpentine bodies were taken and used to make the dragons' long bodies, making them resemble Eastern dragons. The scales must be related to Lord Loki's and Carbuncle due to their ethereal appearance and reflective crystallized nature. Lord Shiva's infamous crack mutation didn't make it as neither Felix nor the dragons possessed them. Nothing was taken off Lady Sphinx or Lord Koa's as well, at least appearance-wise. As for Felix, his body hadn't gone through any other drastic changes besides the tattoo on his chest. They were replaced by a new set of grand, intricate designs that adorned his arms and chest. These new tattoos were symbolic representations of the 7 sins, each exquisitely detailed and imbued with a sense of depth and movement that made them seem almost alive. On his right arm, Wrath was depicted as a fierce dragon, its scales crackling with lightning. Envy curled like a fluid serpent on his left arm, its skin a tapestry of shifting water patterns. Sloth was represented on his upper right chest by a thick bear, its form exuding an overbearing aura. Pride dominated the center of his chest, a majestic, roaring lion surrounded by a tumultuous storm, symbolizing its powerful and destructive nature. Lust, depicted on his lower left chest, was an enchanting goat, its form wrapped in ethereal, illusory veils. Greed was shown on his right forearm as a glittering, covetous fox. Last but not least, gluttony, on his left forearm, appeared as a ravenous boar, its maw wide in insatiable hunger. Each tattoo was a masterpiece, a fusion of celestial art and power that marked Felix's body as a canvas of his newfound dominion over these primordial forces. Besides those tattoos, Felix's humane body remained free of any kind of mutation, no skin color change, no extra limbs, no scales, no extra eyes, nothing. Just a pure human body resembling any unawakened person. Just as the ascension was coming to an end as no other mutations manifested and the Paragon's core was 99% assimilated into Felix, an extraordinary and somewhat dreadful phenomenon unfolded. Cling! 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 From the vast, star-studded expanse of the heavens, celestial golden chains, shimmering with an otherworldly light, descended from the cosmos, reaching down toward Felix and his magnificent 7 dragon tails out of nowhere. The chains moved with a clear purpose as if guided by the will of the universe. They were majestic and awe-inspiring, yet there was an undeniable force within them, a power that even beings of Felix's stature could not defy. As the chains approached, the dragon tails, sensing a challenge to their newfound freedom, began to thrash and roar in defiance. Lightning crackled, water swirled, and poison seethed in resistance, but the celestial chains were unyielding. With a precision that belied their size, the chains ensnared each tail, wrapping around them in an intricate pattern of containment. It's the universe's shackles. It sure doesn't mess around. Thor uttered with a stern tone as he watched the tails fight back with all their might, their elemental powers lashing out in a desperate bid for freedom. Arg! Felix himself, feeling the encroachment of these heavenly bindings, exerted his formidable strength against them, his body surging with the raw energy of the sins and the elements. Even when he knew what was about to come, his will was still incapable of accepting getting shackled by anything. Alas! Despite their resistance, the chains held firm, their grip tightening as they bound Felix and his draconic extensions. In the end, as suddenly as they had appeared, the chains dissolved into golden motes of light, disappearing back into the heavens, leaving Felix and the tails free once again. However, the message was clear and irrevocable. Despite his ascension and immense power, Felix was now part of the cosmic order, bound by the laws and will of the universe. If he dared abuse his powers, the same chains would befall him, and this time, the experience wouldn't be just uncomfortable, but an agonizing hell. While Felix was still feeling dread at the notion of his every action being judged and sanctioned by the universe, another person was on cloud 9. Those pesky shackles have been gotten off me at last, what a hassle. In Asna's core, Lilith could be seen sitting on her throne as she watched the fading celestial golden chains with a faint cold smirk. They turned into golden motes and faded out of existence, freeing her at last of her duties as the guardian of the void and 7 sins. As Lord Hades said, there couldn't be 2 guardians of the same laws under the universe's payroll. What did this mean to Lilith? Would she lose her powers and gifts too? Or she wouldn't be affected in the slightest, only she knows. Back to Felix. After the shackles disappeared, the rise was marked as finished and Felix had become the new paragon of sins and guardian of the 7 desires and void laws. For such a historical and defining moment in the annals of the cosmos, the universe itself seemed to accredit his ascension. Across the myriad dimensions, from the ethereal planes of the spirit domain to the mysterious depths of the shadow realm, from the majestic expanse of the eternal kingdom to the enigmatic quantum realm, and even within the sprawling void realm and the virtual landscapes of the UVR, a singular, thunderous clap resounded. The sound was immense, reverberating through every corner of existence, bypassing the barriers between realms and dimensions. On the mortal planes, the clap's impact was more pronounced. People from all walks of life, engaged in their daily routines, were startled as the sound filled their ears. In cities and villages alike, the clap caused momentary chaos. Vehicles screeched to a halt, pedestrians stumbled, and everyday activities were thrown into disarray. Some accidents occurred, minor yet jarring, as the inhabitants of these realms processed the unexpected and overwhelming phenomenon. Selfie, Olivia, Bodadai, Malak, Zazia, and the rest of Felix's close ones all figured that the clap was related to him, as he was the sole person spamming them non-stop like he had them on command. All they could do was pray for his well-being and wish him good luck in his future endeavors. Meanwhile, in the spirit realm, ethereal creatures paused, their forms rippling with the shockwave of the sound. Noah even paused his journey midway and glanced behind his back with a look of pride on his face, then, he turned around and carried on with his search without saying much. As for Carbuncle, he was caught tending his garden with his wife by the thunderclap, making him glance upward with a wide grin. "Give them hell, little one." "Honey? What was that?" "Don't worry about it." Carbuncle chuckled. It was nothing but the announcement of one birth and the death of many. Meanwhile, Lord Hades' expression was as unmoving as ever. He poured himself a cup of tea in his throne chamber and took a small sip as he gazed into the sky as well. "It's about to get hectic up there." Just like he had anticipated it, the Unigen dwelling in the Eternal Kingdom had their usual poise disrupted by the sheer force of the clap. High above in his palace of thunder and lightning, ruler Zeus paused in his celestial duties. His eyes, usually crackling with electric energy, turned contemplatively towards the distant horizon of the universe. A sense of anticipation, a rare feeling for a being as ancient and powerful as he, settled over him. In another corner of the city light and darkness, Apollo ceased his harmonious strumming on a lyre made of starlight. His face, usually alight with the joy of creation and beauty, was now marked by cheerfulness and eagerness. He gazed upwards, his golden eyes reflecting the vastness of space. Elsewhere, Eris, the Unigen of chaos and order, stood surrounded by her ethereal library, the knowledge of ages swirling around her. She looked up from her ancient texts, her penetrating gaze piercing through the veils of reality, sensing the shift that was taking place, but soon, she gazed down, unbothered. Hephaestus, Demeter, Artemis, Poseidon, and more such powerful godlike creatures had their unique reaction to the thunderous clap. From their various domains, they each felt the ripple of change emanating from the rise of a new power in the cosmos. Then, as if connected by an invisible thread of understanding, they all spoke in unison, their voices a chorus that transcended the boundaries of their realm. "He is coming," they uttered, their words echoing through the infinite divine expanse of the Eternal Kingdom. This phrase, simple yet laden with meaning, marked the beginning of the end. 1629 Breakthrough to the Origin Realm / the Ascension. 3. The End. As the tumultuous events of Felix's ascension had finished, the Grand Chamber, once a tempest of raw power and elemental fury, started to settle into a state of tranquility. The 7 majestic draconic heads ceased their roaring and writhing, an ethereal calm descended upon them as if acknowledging the completion of their purpose in this momentous transformation. Gradually, the dragons began to dissolve, not into nothingness, but into countless motes of light. These particles of light, delicate and serene, started to drift towards Felix, who remained at the center of the chamber, his form now still in the aftermath of the ascension. As the motes of light approached him, they were drawn to the tattoos on his arms and chest, the inked symbols of the 7 sins. One by one, the particles merged with the tattoos, infusing them with the powers and attributes of the draconic manifestations. The tattoos, which had been vibrant and dynamic throughout the ascension process, began to transform. They turned dimmer, their luminescent and ethereal qualities fading away, leaving behind ink that appeared black and normal as if they were regular tattoos. This sight caught everyone by surprise, even Felix. Are they really part of my body, or are they mere extensions of the 7 sins coming to life? Felix wondered out loud as he stretched his shoulders, causing his joints to release explosive shockwaves instead of noisy cracks. When he stood up, he gave a full scan of his body and area, realizing that besides the tattoos and the long white hair, nothing much changed for him. He was as human as ever with fair skin, nice clean sets of nails, no cracks in his skin, and no weird changes done to his eyes or other parts. This caused a slow pleased smile to spread across his face, making him feel like he was back in control over his entire bloodline, something he hadn't felt for a very, very long time. Ah, the origin realm sure does feel like being born anew, Felix murmured. Congratulations, little one. Congratulations. I didn't think the ascension would go this easily without any complications. It's normal, his body had already reached its peak potential and it wanted nothing off him but to be unleashed. With the universe's approval over the ascension, nothing could stop the process from concluding. Lady Sphinx said. The tenants celebrated Felix's breakthrough with varied looks of satisfaction and delight, sensing like they were in the presence of a newborn godhood. My king! You have finally achieved your greatness, it's an honor to witness this moment with those two unworthy eyes. Off the stunned councilmen around, the ruiner was the first to break off his daze and kneel before Felix with great fervor and a sense of reverence. Candace and the rest followed along and knelt, feeling such an otherworldly authoritative aura surrendering Felix akin to a royal cape, making their hearts unable to settle down. Thank you for your eternal support. Felix nodded with an appreciative look. Give me some moment to adjust, and I will see if it's possible to help you upgrade your powers again. Felix had already tried to bestow new symbols to the Void Nation citizens, hoping to increase their strength and usefulness in the future. Alas, nothing he did succeeded in achieving it. Not even the equal trade symbol worked as the universe kept taking the payment without showing any positive results, like his level wasn't yet at the correct stage to bestow his own powers on others. It was expected since he was giving off powers of laws, this wasn't something to be shared with anybody due to the chaos it could cause. This was the reason Lilith was punished by creating the Void Race. Do not waste your time on us, we are satisfied with just being under your rulership and guidance, Arthur uttered with a solemn tone. He has a point. Candace smiled, we aren't too bothered with upgrading our strength anymore as long as we can be part of your journey. The rest of the councilmen nodded in support, letting Felix understand that he had no reason to feel like he was indebted to them. I will do what I can do, don't overthink it. Felix excused them with a hand wave. Now head back to your duties and go assure the Void citizens, they must have seen the dragon yacht heads. Without too many questions, the councilman bowed one last moment and left him to his own devices. Now, Felix's gaze got colder as he sat returned down and switched to his consciousness wisp inside his mind. The moment the tenants saw the bloodthirsty look in his eyes, they knew immediately what he had in mind. Felix neither tried to learn about his new strength nor explore his powers. The first thing he did was appear before Lilith, who was floating on the pool above an inflatable duck, and uttered with a bone-chilling tone, "What's your defense now?" Lilith lifted her sunglasses slowly and squinted in his direction like she was having trouble seeing him due to the direct sunlight. "Darling, is that you? White hair suits you the most, it brings your skin tone incredibly well." She praised him with a charming smile, unbothered by his bloodthirsty. "You won't answer." Felix turned on her and uttered coldly, "Let's see if you will continue playing dumb." He swiftly put his mind into entering Asna's core and his consciousness manifested on its surface like he was entering his own house. What came before him was the real Lilith on her overbearing throne. Her previous core had disappeared entirely, resulting the space appearing empty. No one was surprised by this, as for Felix to be turned into a Unigen, the core had to assimilate with him 100% and be his own, otherwise, he would motionless be merely using the Sin's powers but not be a true Unigen like the rest. Right now, he could feel the core settling down peacefully in his pitch-black subconsciousness and he could move it anywhere he desired. But, his mind wasn't on this matter at the moment. He lifted his head and gazed directly into Lilith's seductive glittering eyes. Before he could say anything, Lilith chuckled and said, "Boy, unless you stopped caring about your little wife's core, you should reconsider those terrible thoughts in your mind." Felix narrowed his eyes in seriousness. knowing that Lilith always had a guarantee to ensure her safety after his ascension. "Are you implying that you have the power to destroy her core?" he asked, his voice iicier than the glaciers in winter. "The moment you gave me access to her core, it's within my powers to do whatever I want to it." Lilith smiled. "Unigen's core is even more vital than mortal's heart. Gaining access to it is the same as holding a mortal's heart in your bare hands. Any sudden moment in ops, it turns into a fountain of blood. Is that what you want to happen to your precious heart?" she asked. Her charming smile was unchanging, but her eyes emitted an unspoken level of threat. Felix knew that she wasn't screwing around with him, and the moment he showed an ounce of aggression in her direction, Asna's core might not exist again. "Of course, Unigens can't truly be killed." Lilith chuckled again, changing the tone of the atmosphere, "but, are you willing to wait for her birth again, which might take a dozen billion years if you were lucky?" Felix tightened his fists in silence, his heart fueled with anger and hatred, but there was nowhere to vent them. He understood that Lilith had him caught by the balls, and she knew that he would never do anything to jeopardize Asna's core. "This isn't over. If I can't stop you, Asna will." Felix turned around as he left one last bone-chilling remark: "The day I rescue her is the day you will perish, mark my word." With that, his body broke into particles and his focus returned to his main consciousness in the throne chamber. Felix opened his eyes and gazed at the sky, then he murmured, "I am coming, Asna, please wait for a little while." 1630 The Seven Draconic-Tailed Hydra. Suddenly, Felix knitted his eyebrows in discomfort after his newly awakened senses, now acutely attuned to the slightest disturbances in the cosmos, picked up on the subtle presence of observers. He felt more than a dozen pairs of eyes fixed on him from a distance, their gaze heavy with scrutiny and curiosity. Slowly lifting his head, his eyes narrowed as he scanned the horizon. The realization dawned coldly upon him: these were no ordinary onlookers, they were the Unigens and maybe even the three rulers within the Eternal Kingdom. What a creepy feeling! Felix's expression turned for the worst. He already knew that the entire universe was under their piercing eyes. Now, that he was sensing them, it made him feel violent. In response, Felix's expression hardened, and with a thought, he summoned the full breadth of his spiritual aura. Whoosh! Whoosh! It unfurled around him like a tempest, creating an invisible, impenetrable barrier that cloaked him from their probing eyes. This barrier was more than a shield, it was a statement of his newfound sovereignty and a clear message that he was no longer a mere subject of their observation, but a power in his own right, beyond their uninvited scrutiny. The air around him crackled with the intensity of his aura and the observers' attempts to break through it. Alas, it was impossible now that Felix's spiritual pressure was that of a genuine Unigen, rivaling their own. "Don't be so impatient," Felix uttered with an indifferent tone, "I will be joining you soon enough." The moment Felix said this, his spiritual pressure aura calmed down and the invisible barrier settled down neatly around him. "It's not a smart idea to challenge them," Thor advised with a serious tone. "You don't know who can be your allies there, and it's best to be open-minded about it. After all, you need as much help as possible to take down the three rulers." "Master, you are wrong about one thing." Felix narrowed his eyes dangerously as he walked towards the throne, dragging behind him the long river of luminous white hair. The instant he sat down, he uttered coldly, "They are the ones who shouldn't challenge me, as I am coming for every single one of them." Felix vowed to destroy the entire Eternal Kingdom, the precious baby of the three rulers. Anyone who gets in his path would be treated as his enemy regardless of their identity. "Are you sure about this take?" Ramongandra asked. "I have been walking on eggshells for a long time now. I have no interest in playing nice to buy anyone to my side." "Luckily, you don't need to overthink this," Lilith suddenly interjected with a causal tone. "The three rulers will most definitely entice the Unigens to attack you and retrieve Asna's core. So, no one there would want to be your friend anyway and will jump you the moment you step inside the Eternal Kingdom." Felix was left speechless. While he was acting tough and unbothered, he wouldn't mind having some Unigens in his corner to facilitate the rescue mission. But now? He understood that was nothing but a pipe dream. Realizing that his journey in the Eternal Kingdom would be packed with action from his first day, Felix understood that he couldn't rush his entry without some preparations. The first thing he needed to do was get used to his new strength and powers. He began by focusing on his physical strength. Centering himself, Felix channeled his energy into his muscles, feeling the raw power coursing through his body as he sat on his throne. In less than a moment, he opened his eyes with a hint of surprise in them. My strength is equal to a staggering 29 million bloodline force, that's wild. He couldn't maintain his composure as he tightened his fist until he felt the air molecules heat up and break apart like he embedding them with force 10 times more powerful than nuclear fusion. In his hand alone, he could feel like he held the power to blow entire galaxies into smithereens. 29 million BF is enough to consider you 100 times more powerful than a primogenitor. Lord Shiva commentated with a faint frigid smile, who would have belief that spineless child from before will obtain this kind of untapped power? Can't you praise like normal people? Thor's eyelids twitched. Felix wasn't too bothered as he was used to Lord Shiva's assholish nature. He smiled a little and said, the remaining 9 million BF must be related to my origin breakthrough. The tenants agreed as they knew that Unigen considered in his adult form possessed a minimum of 20 million BF as a foundation. You have broken through to the origin realm after surpassing 4 million BF. It wasn't too much of a surprise. Lady Sphinx uttered with a calm tone, unfortunately, you can't keep it whole. Did you have to remind me now? Felix smiled wryly. He understood that if he dared to get rid of anything related to the three rulers' elements in his system, his power would be affected negatively. After all, he couldn't weaken his current perfect genetic evolution and not lose some of his strength. But, it had to happen as those elemental manipulations and abilities were like time bombs in his system. For now, Felix continued his testings. He turned his attention to his mental energy capacity, elemental tank, mental defense, reaction speed, etc. As Felix concluded his tests, a sense of awe at his capabilities washed over him. Every aspect of his power had been enhanced to a level that could only be described as divine. His strength, mental energy, elemental control, mental defenses, and reaction speed all had been elevated to extraordinary heights, solidifying his status as a true Unigen. After he was done with those basic tests, Felix moved on to the main dish, the core of the evolution, and the biggest change he had experienced in his life, the 7 draconic tails. I have no idea where did they go, but let's summon them. With a focused intention, he called forth the 7 draconic tails. Immediately after, his 7 symbols tattoos brightened up and the 7 dragonic tails emerged from his back, magnificent and awe-inspiring, their presence dominating the space around him. This time, the draconic tails remained small, matching Felix's current size. How peculiar, it feels like each one of them has its mind, but at the same time, I can control every tiny action they do. Felix murmured with an astounded tone as he observed the draconic tails with a keen eye, noting the distinct features that set each apart. Their personalities and appearance matched their sins so well, that it was apparent even so to ignorant people. The lion's-shaped draconic head had a frigid and regal air to him. He was keeping his head elevated above his brothers and sister in a straight line, seemingly implying that his pride couldn't allow him to exist on the same level as anyone. The dragon's shaped head had a furious and easily irritable expression, gazing left and right, appearing like he was seeking to pick a fight without anyone that irked him just a little. The fox's shaped draconic head had a sly smile on his face as he kept slithering in the air around Felix, resembling a scammy merchant wanting to rip him off. The serpent-shaped draconic head had a scheming look on its face as it kept hissing with its long tongue. The goat's-shaped draconic head had a feminine and seductive look to her, her pink eyes were scanning the area around, appearing like she was hunting for her next prey. The boar's draconic head had the biggest mouth of them all and it didn't possess a single tooth, like chewing food was a waste of its time. He gazed at Felix with a hungry look, creeping the F***ck out of him. Does he want to eat me? Felix shook the weird feeling and moved to the last draconic head. Its features were that of a lazy bear, as he had drowsy gaze and his head was leaning against the other draconic heads for support like he couldn't maintain his weight. Felix's eyelids twitched as he watched the wrathful draconic head bite him the instant he entered his comfort space, yet, the sloth draconic head couldn't care less and kept leaning against him. Why does it feel like I have inherited 7 troublesome children? Felix didn't know what to think of this situation. Not in his wildest dreams did he expect his perfect evolution to be this. Heads up! Felix ordered, and the 7 draconic heads instantly switched their entire attitude to a frigid and serious one while remaining in a single position. Even the sloth's draconic head seemed like he wasn't asleep for a second. Maybe, this isn't so bad. Felix smiled in satisfaction at their obedience. Now, let's see what you are capable of. The moment Felix uttered this, each dragonic head had unleashed their elemental abilities simultaneously, a display of their collective might and their mastery over them. The dragonic lion roared fiercely as it summoned a colossal bolt of lightning from its horn. The draconic serpent unleashed a torrential wave around them. The draconic goat created multiple illusionary manifestations of itself. The draconic fox manifested a wall of crystalline barriers that emerged from the ground. The draconic boar released a dense cloud of poisonous gas. The wrathful dragon released a torrent of destruction mist from its mouth. Lastly, the draconic bear created a void sphere above his head. The field around Felix had transformed into a dynamic theater of elemental forces, leaving him and the tenants with an astounded look. They knew that this was nothing but a mere demonstration of their elemental control, and they could have gone harder if they desired. 7 elements, 7 sin laws, 7 draconic heads. Lady Sphinx murmured, "No wonder you evolved into a hydra, as it is the only evolutionary path available to contain all of those powers." 1631 A loophole? That's not all, I feel that each draconic tail is connected to one of my 7 hearts. Felix remarked after sensing his 7 hearts were all beating after summoning the draconic tails, even the dormant ones were awakened. This is quite intriguing. Lady Sphinx rubbed her chin thoughtfully. The fact that the dragonic tails were able to integrate themselves with your elemental manipulations and hearts means that you aren't like any normal Unigen. In what sense? Felix and the others were curious. Felix's entire ascension to the Unigen realm wasn't normal, so nothing was new about him not sharing the same traits as Unigens. Let me test my theory first. Lady Sphinx requested. Try to change your form into something else, a beast, an animal, or whatnot without using illusion abilities or such. Without questions asked, Felix closed his eyes and tried to change his form into a raccoon, as it was the first thing that popped into his mind. However, no matter how hard he tried, his body refused to morph. I can't. Felix raised an eyebrow in surprise. He understood that if he was a real Unigen like the others, it wouldn't have been an issue for him to change his form into anything he desired. That's because Unigens weren't born with an exact physical form in the first place, and they could take the shape of almost anything. Is this a good or a bad thing? Thor frowned. Being different is good. Lady Sphinx smiled. We know that other Unigens can't utilize laws besides the ones born with. In Felix's case, he wasn't born with the laws but assimilated with the Paragon's core as a human. This forced the universe to improvise instead of following its strict rules of a Unigen's birth, which meant some of the Unigen's rules don't apply to him. Where are you going with this? Lord Loki asked. I am coming to it. Lady Sphinx continued with a serious tone. Due to Felix's unique body structure, his evolution ended with 7 separated entities connected each with their own heart, and possessed full control over a sin law and an element. If we removed those elements and freed the hearts, we might have a chance to gain more than just Unigen's powers if we followed our suggested plan from before. By now, everyone understood what she was implying, and it sent shivers down everyone's spines in excitement and shock. If what you are saying is right, then by having 7 draconic tails, 7 hearts, a SNES core, and an evolutionary body created to accept assimilating with Unigen's cores, the universe wouldn't stop me from assimilating with other Unigen's cores as long as I connect each one to a draconic tail and their heart. Yes. Felix's breath got a bit heavier at her confirmation of such an insane statement. This was even more extraordinary and mind-blowing than their previous idea of devouring Unigen's cores with a SNES core and obtaining their powers. What they were discussing was whether Felix had the possibility of assimilating with an additional 7 Unigen's cores and in turn, possess not just their powers, but their strength, and absolute control over their laws. It would be the same as Felix turning into Unigen Overlord. Slow your horses. Lady Sphinx disclosed calmly, let's not get too excited over a mere theoretical perspective. All I am saying is that there is a chance that the universe might have left a loophole for you to abuse due to your unique nature. It doesn't mean that it has happened, and for all we know, it might be impossible for you just like any other Unigen. Knowing that the universe rarely made mistakes or left loopholes, Felix couldn't help but agree with her take. He shouldn't count his eggs before they hatch. Still, the idea of it being a possibility was already enough to cause all Unigens in the Eternal Kingdom to dread their future. This at least makes it a bit easier to accept losing my elemental manipulation and abilities. Felix smiled. Every time this subject got brought up, he always felt like his heart was being ripped from its place. Who could blame him? He would be giving up on everything he had grinned his ass for, which wasn't easy to accept for anyone. Nothing was a waste. Thor shook his head. If it wasn't for your difficult work and non-stop grinding, you wouldn't have gotten the chance of reaching this stage in your life. He is right, you are now a Unigen. Ramongandra said, raise your head high, as you are the sole controller of 8 laws and no one can take them away from you, not even the rulers. You have been borrowing their powers for a while now, and it's time to start using your own. Lady Yggdrasil smiled wryly, you at least have managed to escape and obtain your own source of strength. When she said this, most of the primogenitors' mood was brought down. The fact that primogenitors were born for the sake of entertainment of the Eternal Kingdom Unigens was already upsetting enough. Yet, to know that their entire being could be controlled akin to puppets the moment they stepped inside the Eternal Kingdom was a much harder hit to their self-esteem. What's worse? Even if they bestowed their elemental manipulation, it wouldn't matter much since their gifts were all connected to the 3 rulers. One could say that Felix was the sole mortal with the possibility to escape the 3 rulers' chains and still own enough strength to keep his head up high. Yet, I am the bad person for making them run errands. Lilith broke the silence with a wronged murmur, causing everyone's expressions to turn for the worst. Knowing that if they reacted, they would fall into her trap, everyone took control of their emotions and continued ignoring her existence. Meanwhile, Felix stopped considering this situation negatively when he realized just how blessed he was compared to the primogenitors and the rest of the mortals. So, he stopped running from the inevitable at last. From today onward, the 3 rulers will have nothing on me. Without an ounce of hesitation, Felix switched his focus to his wisp inside the consciousness space. The air was filled with a sense of solemnity. As Felix understood the significance of this moment, it was not just an act of returning powers, but a heartfelt acknowledgement of the roles each had played in his journey. Felix stood in front of Ramongandra and bowed his head, a sign of deep respect and gratitude. Thank you for lending me your strength. I would have never made it this far without your poison manipulation, he remarked sincerely, his words echoing softly in the ethereal space. Felix wasn't being cynical in the slightest. While poison manipulation became more and more irrelevant with the introduction of much more powerful abilities in his arsenal, he would never forget the first years of his journey. Poison was his go-to element with its unique and all-rounded inducements. It seldom failed him when he needed it the most. I honestly have no use for it, but I will safely keep it until you decide what you want to do with it, Ramongandra remarked with a faint smile, allowing Felix to bestow the poison elemental manipulation back. Felix gave him a slight head nod in understanding and placed a finger on Ramongandra's forehead. As he willed the inscriptions to return to their original owner, Felix couldn't help but show a nostalgic smile. We sure came a full circle. Ramongandr chuckled as he also remembered the day he bestowed Felix his elemental manipulation. Besides the new army of tenants, the magnificent town, and the absence of Asna, there wasn't much of a difference. The inscriptions transformed into live snakes and coursed from Felix's finger into Ramongandra's body. In a few moments, the ritual was done and Felix had gotten rid of poison manipulation successfully, leaving him with a faint prickle of pain in his heart. Still, this didn't affect his conviction. One by one, he repeated this ritual with each of his masters and tenants. With each return, his bow was filled with genuine appreciation, and his thanks were heartfelt. The masters and tenants, in turn, received their powers with nods of understanding and pride. They saw in Felix not just a student or a comrade, but a being who had grown beyond their teachings, yet still held the wisdom to honor the origins of his power. As the last of the elemental manipulations was returned, a sense of completion filled the space. Now, to the difficult part. Felix knitted his eyebrows. The removal of abilities, immunites, and anything with a slight relation to the three rulers. 1632 free of the three rulers' control. The elemental manipulations could be bestowed back without much trouble since they were etched on the soul first then the body. But for the rest? He had to do some mind/physical gymnastics to remove them while at the same time minimizing the damage. So, he relied on his greed laws. Show me the most effective method to remove all abilities, immunities, the runic heart, and every trace of the ruler's influence from my body and system. The air around him thickened as the draconic fox's eyes glowed with a green color before the symbol manifested in its eyes. Then, images and knowledge began to flood Felix's mind, a stream of insights and methods meticulously tailored to his unique situation. The greed law, drawing upon the vast reservoir of knowledge it possessed, presented Felix with a comprehensive and intricate plan. It detailed a step-by-step process, each stage designed to carefully and systematically extract the remnants of the ruler's gifts, ensuring almost no harm would come to his being. The method was complex, involving a series of genetic modifications performed with precision and focus. As the vision faded and the room returned to normal, Felix took a deep breath, steadying himself. If I followed this path, I would lose close to a 4 million BF or more. It's almost the exact amount of power I had before I ascended. Felix smiled bitterly. I am about to remove strength corresponding to my previous peak, yet it feels like I am losing pennies and nickels. Even if Felix miscalculated and lost 5 million BF, he would still be left with 24 million BF. A level of strength and power that wouldn't be affected in the slightest with such a small power loss. For Unigens, unless there was a 20 million BF difference and above, their battles would always be somewhat equal. It's expected, gods can't be compared to us or mortals, Thor uttered. Even when primogenitors called themselves deities, they knew deep down that applied to only mortals below them. The true deities weren't even part of the same universe as them, overlooking and controlling everything without showing themselves. Knowing that such a comparison would just affect the mood, Felix dropped the subject and delved into a trance-like state. As a Unigen, he might not have the powers to morph his body completely without consequences, but he possessed the capability to change his DNA through a mere will. He visualized the unwinding of these connections, each ability appearing to him as a strand of light interwoven with his being. Methodically, he detached each strand, the process requiring intense focus. As each ability was released, he felt a corresponding shift in his body, a lightening of his being. Next, he addressed the elemental immunities. With each immunity he focused on, Felix felt a part of him that had once been invulnerable become mortal again, a sensation both liberating and daunting. The air around him seemed to ripple with each release as if the very atmosphere of the chamber was responding to the change. The most challenging part was the extraction of the runic heart. Usually, surgery was required for such a thing. But, Felix simply placed his hands over his chest, feeling for the pulsing energy of the runic heart. Slowly, he began to draw it out, a process met with resistance as the heart had become an integral part of him with runic veins connected to every part of his existence. He could have used the greed sins for this step, but Felix wanted to practice his new control over his body. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he carefully navigated the heart and the veins through the layers of his being. Fortunately, the runic heart wasn't as integrated as the Kraken's heart or the dragon's heart. It simply provided Felix with runic manipulation instead of an internal shift. Slowly, but surely, Felix's hand pulled the runic seed from his chest, unbothered by the untangled thousands of green vines and the blood pouring down his chest. As the runic heart left his body, a wave of exhaustion washed over him, but also a profound sense of release. The moment he was done, his chest wound closed up and the runic's heart's original place had a new dormant Kraken's heart replace it and fix all the damage done internally. As Felix continued with the procedure, his 7 draconic tails fell victim to the sudden changes to his DNA coding. They didn't disappear, but their appearance began to change a bit. The scales, a camouflage mutation from Lord Loki's influence, gradually receded, revealing their true form beneath smoother, less armored, but still formidable. The tails themselves seemed to lose some of their ethereal quality and crystallized appearance, becoming more tangible, more a part of the physical world. Even Felix Humane's form suffered as he had lost his wisdom eyes and truth eyes, causing his pupils to change from triangles to circular again. It was expected as Felix had freed his body of all of his immunites and abilities, which were connected to many of his mutations. Even if they weren't, getting rid of the small percentage of his tenants' bloodlines would cause his body to remove them too. Fortunately, Kraken's 7 heart mutation wasn't affected since Felix went all out and integrated with more than 20% of his bloodline, causing it to have a bigger and integral presence. As the final step concluded, Felix opened his eyes. He felt different, not diminished but distilled. He had returned to a version of himself unmarked by external influences, a canvas reset to its original state. I feel renewed instead of weakened, Felix uttered with a faint comfortable smile. You should, you haven't gone through a tangible transformation but a reclamation of your identity. Lady Sphinx uttered calmly. If it wasn't for the universal chains, you would have felt completely free, Thor mentioned. No wonder Asna sought her freedom so bad. There is nothing more rewarding to know that nothing and no one hold authority over you. Felix smiled coldly, but no need to rush, I have gotten rid of the 3 rulers' authority over me, the universe will be next. For the next couple of days, Felix continued to familiarize himself with his transformed state post-ascension. He made a couple of intriguing findings about the sin laws he wielded. Firstly, he had opened the full range of sin symbols now that he was its true guardian. Secondly, each sin law, when actively used, granted him the gift to alter his appearance in a way that reflected the essence of that particular sin. This newfound gift piqued his curiosity, leading him to experiment with the various sin laws, watching as his form subtly shifted with each change. He noticed that when he invoked the Wrath sin law, his hair took on a fiery hue, echoing of smoldering embers, while his eyes glowed with an intense, passionate light. Intrigued, Felix explored further and found that with the Lust sin law, his features became more alluring, with an almost hypnotic charm. Each sin law brought with it a distinct aesthetic change, echoing the nature of the sin it represented. However, Felix felt a certain comfort and identity with his original red hair, a trait that had become a part of who he was. Deciding to embrace this aspect of himself, he concentrated on the Wrath sin law, not just invoking it momentarily, but weaving it into his being. He cut his long, white hair, reducing it to a length he was more accustomed to, and willed it to turn into the familiar shade of red. His eyes, too, he altered to match, shifting them to a deep, vibrant red that mirrored the intensity of his hair. This change in appearance extended beyond just Felix himself. The 7 draconic tails, ever responsive to his will and state, transformed as well. Each tail, previously bearing its unique color and aura, now shimmered with shades of red, aligning with Felix's chosen appearance. The tails seemed to take on a more unified and harmonious look, their red hues a striking contrast against their surroundings. Only then was Felix genuinely comfortable with his appearance. Just as Felix was planning to continue his preparations, he felt a sudden connection with his soul get established with another being from afar. He immediately realized what the situation was about. Nemo, he has hatched at LA. Wait, why does his spiritual form seem different than a raccoon? Don't tell me. Felix gulped a mouthful after sensing the new shape of Nemo's soul. 1633 The Eternal Kingdom's Gate. Without much thought, Felix swiftly blinked out of his current location and reappeared inside the dimensional pocket. As Felix's eyes adjusted to the light, he noticed a small, purple-skinned humanoid figure on the ground. It was Nemo, the size of a 1-year-old toddler, his naked form curled up gently on the floor. He had distinctly large, expressive eyes that added an undeniable charm to his appearance. Protruding from his head were small raccoon ears, and a fluffy black and white tail swayed softly from his back. His skin was a soft purple like Lilith's. Yet, with all of those changes, his facial features made him resemble a miniature version of Felix. Felix's presence seemed to capture Nemo's attention immediately. Nemo's eyes widened in recognition and wonder, and a sparkle of excitement and happiness danced in them. With an innocent and joyful expression, Nemo looked up at Felix and uttered a single word with a clear, melodious voice, "Da-da." The word, simple yet profound, hung in the air between them. Before Felix could react, Nemo crawled on all fours rapidly toward his father and hugged his leg akin to a koala hugging a tree. Felix glanced down speechlessly, having absolutely no idea how to behave in this situation. He always considered Nemo as his son, but for him to turn into a human child and even show signs of talking was a different story. It made him being a father all too real and too fast. I haven't even had sex with Isna and now I have a child with her. Felix looked at the sky with a helpless smile, knowing that if Isna could see him, she would be laughing her ass off at him. Loki's mouth sure is something else. Thor chuckled, if he doesn't benefit you, he sure as hell will jinx you. Don't put this on me, he is the one who used his soul for the revival. Lord Loki shrugged his shoulders, having no interest in taking the blame. Everyone was smart enough to recognize Nemo's current form due to Felix's soul being most dominant during the hatching process. Even if the universe wanted to revive Nemo in his favorite form, it couldn't do so when his soul was that of a human. So, the result was this, a mixture of a raccoon and a human. Da-da. Nemo named again with a wide smile, showing his toothless mouth. I guess you won't be squealing anymore. Felix reached out with a faint gentle smile, his hand carefully cradling Nemo, providing him with warmth and a sense of security. While he was shocked, it didn't mean that he had intentions of forsaking Nemo. Whether he was in a raccoon form, a dog form, or a human form, he would always consider him as his son and would raise him as such. Nemo hugged him tightly for a bit before he lifted his head and saw Felix's scalp. His eyes gleamed for a second and then he broke free from Felix's grasp and climbed to the top. It seems like he is acting based on the recollections engraved on him. Felix chuckled in amusement after Nemo sat on his head and held his hair for support. He is extremely attached to you because you used only your memories of your time together. Lady Sphinx nodded. In other words, the current Nemo had absolutely no clue about his previous relationship with Lilith and had only good recollections of Felix. It seems like he is less intelligent than the previous Nemo, Felix commented while stretching Nemo's cheeks gently, making him giggle in enjoyment. It must be because his intelligence was reset after his hatching. Lady Sphinx reasoned, though because he isn't a Unigen anymore and has no relation to Lilith, his intelligence will grow normally with the coming years. That's good to hear. Felix smiled. Since Nemo was now in his humanoid form, Felix didn't want him to grow into an adult form while still calling him Dada, that would be too weird. A couple of days later, Felix could be seen sitting on his throne in the Void Nation's dimensional pocket. He returned after spending some quality time with Nemo and checking almost everything about him. For example, What did he eat? Was he an immortal? Could he be harmed? Did he still possess the powers of void and 7 sins? Etc. Felix was pleasantly surprised by his findings. Meanwhile Candace and the rest of the councilmen were standing in front of him, their eyes were affixed on Nimmo, who was wearing a cute black hoodie and a pair of shorts, sitting on top of Felix's head while gazing at them curiously. None of them expected Felix to return with their little god in a toddler form, leaving them staring at him speechlessly. "Have you finished your preparations?" Felix asked, unbothered by their looks. Cough, yes, everything and everybody is ready. Arthur switched back to his serious attitude, we are just awaiting your orders. All right, inform everybody we will be heading out in the upcoming days after I establish a direct portal to the gate. Felix nodded, excusing them all but Candace. I will be going now, take care of Nimmo before I return, Felix said as he pulled Nimmo down and handed him to Candace. Nimmo didn't throw a tantrum as he held onto Candace's supple chest and kept calling for her name. Caca. Caca. Since Candace was always taking care of Nimmo in Felix's memories, Nimmo had a favorable impression of her. Are you hungry? Candace said with a baby voice as she kept rubbing her face gently against Nimmo's. Felix departed them be and took off on his own. The moment he exited the dimensional pocket, he created a void portal, which connected him to the entrance of a dimensional maze. It was an enigmatic and colossal structure that served as the only known pathway to the Eternal Kingdom's elusive gate. He was already informed of the path leading to the Eternal Kingdom as it wasn't a secret, all primogenitors knew about it after it was first discovered by Lord Dune. If it wasn't for him, no one else would have found it. It was for a valid reason as the entrance looming before Felix led to an intricate weave of archways and portals, each connected to a different dimension. With a nonchalant expression, Felix stepped forward, crossing the threshold into the maze. Immediately, the scenery around him shifted. He found himself in a realm where the laws of physics seemed altered, the gravity fluctuating and the landscape constantly changing. The sky above swirled with iridescent colors, and the ground beneath him was a mosaic of ever-shifting tiles. He proceeded with caution, aware that one wrong turn could lead him astray into an endless loop of bizarre and unpredictable worlds. The maze was not just a physical challenge but a test of mental acuity and intuition. Each junction presented multiple choices, each portal a gateway to a realm more peculiar than the last. In one, the ground was a transparent glass overlooking a vast cosmos. In another, gigantic flora towered above, their leaves casting strange, dancing shadows. They sure made it inaccessible to mortals. Thor sneered. They placed millions of dimensions between us and them like our existence is seen as filth in their eyes, Ramongandra said coldly. The majority of primogenitors had followed Lord Dune's map and reached the gate too. However, no one answered them on the other side. The only 2 times a reaction was erected from them were for Lord Shiva and the ancestral dragon. Ever since the fate that befell the ancestral dragon and his people, none of them dared to get close to it again. Felix was the first person after the ancestral dragon and everybody was somewhat curious if it was still the same or if something had changed about it. After a short journey of encountering various oddities, floating islands, inverted waterfalls, and creatures that defied imagination, Felix emerged at last into an area filled with beautiful golden illuminating clouds. When he pierced through the clouds, the gate to the Eternal Kingdom emerged before him, causing him to come to a halt. Towering in stature and grand in design, its surface shimmering with a celestial radiance that seemed to capture and reflect the light of distant stars. The gate's architecture was intricate, featuring elegant motifs and patterns that intertwined harmoniously, each detail a testament to otherworldly craftsmanship. Flanked by towering pillars that seemed to reach toward the heavens, the gate conveyed a sense of solemnity and reverence. The top of the gate arched gracefully, culminating in a magnificent crest that radiated with an ethereal glow, imbuing the surroundings with a gentle, golden light. Upon closer inspection, the gold appeared to be alive, subtly pulsating with energy, as if the gate itself was breathing. Carvings of mythical creatures and deities adorned its surface, each figure etched with such precision and care that they appeared almost lifelike, ready to leap off the gate and into the realm beyond. It was so magnificent, that even the least artistic person in the universe would be forced to gaze at it in awe. I feel like it's calling me, Felix expressed with a faint murmur, feeling like his 7 hearts and Unigen cores were trying to leap out of his throat and enter it. That's not the gate calling you, Lilith remarked with a faint smirk, that's the celestial energy on the other side. It's like I am put in a withdrawal for a drug that I haven't even experienced that much. Felix frowned, not liking the feeling that much. Push the gate open and you will come to understand why. Lilith chuckled. 1634 A warm welcome. Felix didn't get baited into doing it. He understood that he could only push the gate open from this side. That's because the gate was considered as a one-way dimensional door on the universe's side. In other words, opening it from the side of the Eternal Kingdom was like pushing a door open from its back, brute forcing its bolts. This was the reason a significant amount of celestial energy was required to assist with opening the gate from their side. While it was much simpler to open it from Felix's side, he was told that it wouldn't be easy for him to hold it open for a few seconds. This signified that Felix had to commit the moment he pushed it open. So, he ignored the weird call from the other side and started working on creating a void portal, connecting the gate to his void nation. It had to be of an unprecedented scale, one capable of transporting even the colossal star-sized entities as world eaters and dreamers, along with the vast armies and citizens of the void nation. With deep concentration, Felix extended his hands outward, his fingers tracing intricate patterns in the void. The air around him began to shimmer, vibrating with the immense power he was channeling. He drew upon the essence of the void, manipulating its fabric with a precision and control that only someone of his caliber could achieve. Slowly, a massive portal began to take shape. It started as a small rupture in space but rapidly expanded, its edges swirling with the dark energy of the void. The portal grew larger and larger, soon dwarfing even the largest of planets, its size monumental enough to accommodate the star-sized beings. As the portal stabilized, Felix gave a unified order to the 3 non-intelligent unique void creatures. The World Eaters, Dreamers, and the Wrathful Creators approached the portal with a slow, deliberate grace. Despite their astronomical size, they still dwarfed in front of the Eternal Kingdom's gate as it was big enough that thousands of them would still be able to go through it without struggle. One by one, they entered the portal, their massive forms easily accommodated by its vast expanse. This process took at least a day even with Felix's assistance since there were hundreds of each of those behemoths. Only after they took an orderly formation in front of the gate did the Void Nation armies and citizens begin their approach. They were led by the councilmen, their presence commanding and assured. The armies were an impressive sight, composed of various void creatures, each ready for the journey ahead. Everyone here? Felix asked as he played with Nemo's cheeks. Yes, no one was left behind and our entire operations were placed under the Federation's responsibility, Candace murmured with an odd look as she gazed at the heavenly gate, feeling like she was unworthy to even look at it. Most of the Void citizens had the same expressions the moment they faced the Eternal Kingdom's gate. Good. Felix waved his hand down and the portal closed off instantly, then, his gaze roamed across his people. He knew that this was more than just a mass migration, it was the beginning of a new chapter in the history of the Void Nation, a bold venture into the unknown. I will be opening the gate. Felix announced calmly, I will be focusing on helping the behemoths pass through. So, the moment it opens, I want you all to rush inside as fast as possible. Anyone left behind will be left behind for good. Am I understood? Yes. Everyone replied simultaneously with serious expressions as they prepared to make a move. Realizing the sheer scale of the task at hand, he began to channel his immense power, focusing on altering his very form to match the challenge. First, he used the Wrathful Creation symbol, separating his body into 7 perfect clones. Then, he sent 2 clones to assist the large void creatures and went with the rest towards the gigantic Golden Gate. Before the eyes of the Void Nation, Felix and his clones began to grow, expanding exponentially until they stood as colossal entities, their size now half that of the Eternal Kingdom itself. Yet, this was nothing, as with Felix being a true Unigen, he could increase and reduce his size as he wished, to the point he could even reach the size of an entire galaxy. It was the standard innate ability for all Unigens, and Felix was fortunate to get it since it didn't go against his evolution, unlike swapping races like Unigens could do. Da da. Big da da. Meanwhile, Nemo was clapping his hands excitedly as he cheered on Felix while sitting on Candace's lap. It only took him a couple of days and he was already starting to learn how to speak under Candace's guidance. Even when his figure was towering against the backdrop of stars and galaxies, a godlike presence in the vastness of space, Felix looked below and made a sly smile at Nemo, making him giggle in amusement. Then, he refocused on the gate and narrowed his eyes coldly. With his immense hands, Felix reached for the golden gates. They loomed before him, their size and grandeur undiminished even against his newfound stature. His fingers wrapped around the intricate designs of the gate, feeling the celestial energy pulsating within. Push! The moment Felix got the perfect hold, he started pushing the gate with everything in his power until veins bulged out of his skin. Roar! Roar! Behind him, his 7 Hydra tails, each a formidable force in its own right, came to life with renewed vigor. Boredom! Boredom! They moved in unison with Felix's efforts, their heads pushing against the gate, their roars echoing through the void. The Void Nation watched with a mixture of awe and apprehension. To them, Felix was more than their leader, he was their god, a being capable of challenging the very boundaries of the divine. Open! With a deep grunt, Felix exerted his strength against the gates. The colossal doors, unaccustomed to such force, began to creak and groan under the pressure. Slowly, inch by painstaking inch, they started to give way. The Hydra tails pushed and roared alongside Felix, their efforts synchronized with his. As the gates parted, a brilliant light began to spill forth from the gap, a radiant glow that hinted at the wonders and mysteries that lay beyond. All together, Felix, with one final, Herculean effort, shoved the gates wide open with the assistance of his clones, each sharing the same level of strength as him. Ka-thud. This caused the gates to swing outwards with a resounding boom that reverberated through space. Move! Holding the gates open with their massive hands, Felix signaled for his Void Nation and armies to proceed. Go! 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 Arthur and the councilmen shouted as they flew rapidly towards the blinding light, leading the fleets and legions of the Void Nation. Meanwhile, Felix's 2 clones responsible for the behemoths used their spiritual pressure to lift them and hurl them towards the gate, above Felix and his clones' heads. *T, I feel like I am being pushed against by an entire realm. Felix gritted his teeth as his hold on the gates kept getting weaker and weaker. He felt like the gate's weight kept doubling down each split second, and if he didn't go through it in the next moments, it would snap back and close on him. We are all in. Fortunately, his citizens were reliable and all of them made it to the other side, leaving behind only some of the Void creatures' armies. Felix didn't give a crap about the Voidling, and the moment he received the confirmation, he let go with his clones and they jumped inside swiftly. Ka-thum! The gates of the Eternal Kingdom snapped shut with a thunderous explosion and stood firm once again. Those noises hadn't gone unnoticed by the residents of the Eternal Kingdom. Zeus, Hephaestus, Demeter, Poseidon, Athena, Apollo, and Aeolus. The 7 lesser celestial unigens partaking in the bounty hunt all dropped whatever they were doing and turned their heads toward the Eternal Kingdom's gate. All of them showed different reactions, as some smiled in interest, some gazed with utter coldness, and some had calm looks like this entire situation meant nothing but business to them. He has arrived, I should go and give him a warm welcome. Apollo chortled while carrying behind his back a divine lyre. It was a masterpiece of ethereal beauty, crafted from radiant unknown materials and adorned with intricate silver-colored filigree. Its strings shimmer like strands of the sun's own light. As he played a single low-pitched note, his entire being shifted into a beam of light and he disappeared out of sight. He sure came quicker than I thought. Whatever, this is fine too. Meanwhile, Zeus, in all his majestic grandeur, stood tall and commanding, his presence exuding the raw power befitting the true god of thunder. Clutched in his mighty hand was his weapon, a masterfully crafted thunderbolt, pulsating with an intense, crackling energy that seemed to resonate with the very essence of the storms. With a swift, deliberate motion, Zeus hurled the thunderbolt into the sky, where it streaked across the heavens at the speed of light, a brilliant trail of electrifying energy in its wake. In the same instant, Zeus himself transformed into a surge of lightning bolts, a spectacular display of divine power, as he merged with the weapon, becoming one with the thunderbolt, racing through the skies in a blinding flash of light and energy. As for the rest, some proceeded with the wind like Aeolus, some merged with the earth like Demeter, and some traveled through the roots and vines underneath the kingdom's infinite surface like Artemis. Each used their fastest travel methods to cross this infinite floating piece of land. Yet, none of them would be faster than the godfather of fire and magma, Hephaestus. As he was the only one daring enough to leave his territory unprotected and camp out the gate even when he had no clue about Felix's arrival time. At the moment, high above the vast panorama of the Eternal Kingdom, far from the golden gate through which Felix and his people made their momentous entrance, he was watching the scene from his magnificent magma throne. Perched in the sky, Hephaestus's gaze was fixed on Felix, his sharp eyes missing no detail. From this vantage point, he could see the colossal form of Felix as he parted the gate, and the disciplined ranks of the Void Nation as they passed through it. It's time to reclaim what was lost. Knowing that his peers must be fast approaching, Hephaestus stood up from his throne and extended his palm forward. Then, a powerful and undisturbed star core emerged as a medium sphere, before he began to compress it repeatedly until its intense, condensed energy began to warp and influence the gravity around it. Just when it was about to reach the point of collapsing on itself and creating a tiny black hole, Hephaestus launched it in the direction of Felix and his people while uttering coldly, "Welcome to the real world. 1635 A warm welcome." 2. A few moments before Hephaestus made his move, Felix and his people could be seen stepping into a realm that transcended their wildest imaginations. The interior of the Eternal Kingdom unfolded before them, a vast expanse of endless surface that stretched beyond the horizon, its beauty leaving them awestruck. The ground beneath their feet was like none they had ever seen, shimmering with a lustrous sheen, reflecting the golden light that bathed the entire landscape. Above them, the sky was a magnificent canvas of deep gold, with clouds of a soft yellow hue drifting leisurely across it. The entire atmosphere was imbued with a sense of timelessness and purity, an eternal day in a realm untouched by the ordinary passage of time. The air they breathed was unlike anything they had experienced before, it was so pure and refreshing that it seemed to cleanse their very beings. As they took deep breaths, they could feel their pores opening up, as if their bodies were willingly embracing the rejuvenating qualities of this divine air. Everywhere they looked, the Eternal Kingdom radiated a sense of sublime majesty and peace. "Are we on a planet? I thought the Eternal Kingdom would be a massive patch of space." Arthur inquired as he looked around him in wonder. How can Unigens even be contained with a mere planet? "It's not a planet," Felix replied while shrinking back to his normal size, "it's called the Eternal Kingdom for a reason. It's an infinite surface area, stretching for eternity since it keeps growing daily. As for the day and night cycle, it's unified and under the light and darkness ungai." Before Felix could finish his sentence, his acute senses detected an impending threat, approaching them from a distance at an alarming speed. When he focused on his senses' direction, his eyes picked up a glowing disturbed, and shaky golden sphere. Felix felt his hair rise across his entire body after sensing the potent and terrifying force held within the sphere. "Get down!" Felix's reaction was immediate and decisive. He raised his hand to signal his people to brace for impact while he conjured a massive, thick barrier of void energy around his people. The barrier materialized as a dark, opaque dome, enveloping them in a protective embrace. Its surface rippled with the strength of the void, absorbing and nullifying the ambient light, standing as a bulwark against the incoming celestial missile. Yet, Felix knew that it wasn't enough to even block 50% of the star core. So, Felix propelled himself forward, propelling with a speed and grace that belied his size. He positioned himself between the incoming star core and his people and uttered coldly, "Untouchable will symbol." With a surge of energy, a roaring lion symbol materialized above his head, its majestic form radiating a sense of indomitable strength. The symbol fed Felix with a prideful belief, a conviction that he was impervious to harm, infusing him with an aura of invincibility. Felix's body began to glow with a resplendent golden light, embodying the essence of the pride sin. His muscles tensed, and with a calculated grace, he drew his fist back, channeling the accumulated energy into his arm. Then, with a movement that combined precision and power, he thrust his fist forward, striking the star core directly at its heart. The impact was monumental. The star core struck with such force, veered off its destructive path, careening away into the sky. As it flew, its form began to warp and deform under the strain of Felix's pride-infused punch. The core's energy destabilized, growing brighter and more erratic with each passing moment until it reached a critical point. Then, in a spectacular display of cosmic power, the star's core went supernova. The explosion was a cataclysmic event, a burst of energy that radiated outwards with devastating intensity. The brilliant glow of the supernova illuminated a great distance of the eternal kingdom, its shockwaves powerful enough to uproot billions of kilometers of the divine terrain, tearing through the fabric of the realm with an unstoppable force. Arg! What the hell? Is the universe collapsing? Candace and the rest of the Void citizens were rocked inside the Void Dome as they felt like their beings were about to get ripped apart from mere vibration. If it wasn't for Felix strengthening the Void barrier to the point that Void particles were disintegrating the supernova particles mid-explosion, they wouldn't even be around to complain. Meanwhile, the roaring lion symbol above Felix's head seemed to fuel him with an endless supply of power, making him resemble an untouchable god amidst the fierceness of the supernova. However, Felix knew that his invulnerability wouldn't last for long since the symbol was based on his genuine prideful belief that no one and nothing could hurt him. Felix couldn't fake it even if he wanted, as he knew that many things could still harm him, so, the symbol got weaker and weaker until Felix started to feel the burn of the supernova, eating his flesh. Instead of waiting for his body to turn into a toast, Felix utilized gluttony laws, hunger symbol. The instant the symbol manifested above him, the terrific overbearing energy released from the explosion began to feed into Felix's being, empowering him and enhancing his defenses at an unfathomable rate. Then, he stared into the distance, through the blinding white flash of the supernova, and noticed Hephaestus. He was standing in the atmosphere with crossed arms, unaffected in the slightest by the explosion. He was gazing at him with a tint of animosity and irritation. Such annoying powers, we got rid of them with that B*TCH and this brat brought them back again. He cursed with a cold tone as he waved his hand to the side. Immediately after, the supernova explosion came to an abrupt halt and began to fade away even when it still hadn't even reached its peak. As the guardian of fire/magma/plasma and anything related to a main source of heat, he was the only one able to go against the laws of physics and reality when it comes to those related laws. After the supernova faded away, it exposed a never-before-seen level of destruction that made the Void citizens feel chills course down their spine. The divine and peaceful eternal kingdom around them was no more, replaced by an infinite expanse of vacuumed space. The only thing left untouched was the golden gate behind them, everything else was utterly deleted. Yet, before they could even break out of their initial shock, something unexpected and astonishing happened. The landscape, once uprooted and torn asunder by the cataclysmic forces, started to reform as if by magic, manifesting anew from the very ether. Solid and lush landscapes emerged from thin air, seamlessly knitting themselves back together, erasing the scars of destruction. Above, the sky, which had been darkened and torn by the supernova's wrath, healed itself, returning to its former state of golden serenity. The clouds, once dispersed by the shockwaves, reappeared, drifting lazily across the rejuvenated sky. The atmosphere, previously agitated and stripped away, settled back into place, filling the realm with its pure and refreshing essence. Even the light, extinguished momentarily by the explosion, flickered back to life, bathing the eternal kingdom in its warm, radiant glow. It was as if time had been reversed, every element working in harmonious synchrony to restore the realm to its original splendor. In mere moments, the environment returned to its pristine condition, showing no trace of the explosive event that had transpired. How? What the hell is this place? The Void Nation citizens felt like they were living in a dream as they watched everything happen before their own eyes through the void barrier. As for Felix and the rest of the tenants, they were already informed about this, but still, seeing it happen was nowhere as shocking as hearing about it. But Felix had no time to focus on the Eternal Kingdom's miracles. His cold eyes remained affixed on Hephaestus, who was approaching him with a composed expression. "Bold of you to be waiting for me here. Aren't you afraid that Poseidon will take advantage of your absence and conquer more of your fire domain?" Felix asked while brainstorming the best way to handle this situation. Even if his people weren't with him, Felix wouldn't consider committing to a fight. It would be a foolish thing to do when he knew that his entry must have alerted all Unigens in the kingdom. 1636 A warm welcome. 3. His original plan was to put as much distance as possible from the heart of the Eternal Kingdom, where the upper celestial realm and the three rulers reside. Then, he would establish his void territory and start to absorb whatever leftover celestial energy came his way. In this manner, he would ensure to get powerful, learn more about the kingdom, and be safe from most Unigens since they would be forced to leave their territories unprotected. "I don't care if I lost it all to him," Hephaestus uttered indifferently. "The moment I retrieve the exiled's heart from you, I will be promoted to the upper celestial realm and be bestowed upon with a new territory closer to the universe's heart. Even 100 times the size of my current territory doesn't rival a mere kilometer in the upper celestial realm." When Felix heard this, he couldn't help but knit his eyebrows and ready himself for a brutal confrontation. He understood that Hephaestus came ready to either win it all or lose it all, which implied he wouldn't let him go no matter what. All of this for celestial energy. Thor said with a deep voice, "It is something unimaginable. It's expected, celestial energy is the only available source for Unigens to get stronger." Lilith remarked casually. In the Eternal Kingdom, celestial energy was water for mortals. Without it, there would be no life for Unigens. Unfortunately, being fair and giving equal amounts to Unigens was nearly impossible. So, the three rulers had split the Eternal Kingdom into the upper celestial realm and the lower celestial realm. The upper celestial realm was considered the dimensional pocket where the universe's heart and capital territory outside the pocket existed. Everything else was considered a lesser celestial realm, and the majority of the Unigens had their territories spread on them, with their cities, citizens, and such. As for the upper celestial realm, it was big enough to be split equally among 5 Unigens, and at the moment, 2 territories were left in the open for anyone to grab. They were Cronus and Lilith's territories after they got banished to the outside universe many eons ago. Lord Hades hadn't even bothered to join the establishment of the Eternal Kingdom in the first place, so he had no territory in his name. Territories closer to the source of celestial energy were everything, as it allowed the Unigens to collect the celestial energy and trade it for divinities, which could be used to either enhance their strength permanently or empower their abilities, divine equipment, or enhance their people's strength. Still, the main reason was its ability to raise their strength, as it was the only source of purpose and enjoyment they possessed at the moment to forget the reality of their enslavement by the universe. For ambitious Unigens who wanted it all, getting promoted and obtaining one of those 2 open territories would enable them to join the Celestial Council and partake in major decisions by the 3 rulers and the rest of the upper celestials. At the moment, recovering Asna's core was the fastest method available, and he was committed to getting it at all cost. Lilith's powers are extremely irritating to deal with, but you are nowhere close to being such a menace as her. Hephaestus said calmly as he watched Felix manifest multiple colorful symbols above his head, recognizing all of them and their effects. Unfazed by the array of symbols in Felix's empowered form after absorbing the supernova's energy, Hephaestus extended his hand forward and a crimson metallic smith's hammer appeared in it. The instant Cyclops' eyes landed on it, his breath was stolen away and his single pupil widened to the limit in utter awe. A divine weapon, a true divine masterpiece. He stuttered, unable to even come up with a decent description of the weapon's greatness. Only now did he realize that calling his pieces of equipment divine was an insult to the name. Even his masterpieces were considered merely decent when placed before this gem. Just as he was about to warn Felix about its danger, Hephaestus made his move. In the blink of an eye, he was before Felix, swinging his monstrous divine sledge at his scalp, causing the air to break apart akin to a meteor piercing through it. Felix, undeterred, met the onslaught with his bare fists, which were infused with a combination of evil energy and void energy. Kaboom! The instant the hammer landed on his defensive stance, Felix heard a crack and then he found himself sent flying at an alarming speed towards the Golden Gate. Food! His back smashed against it loudly, causing the void citizens to turn their heads and gaze at their god with dumbfounded looks, having no clue when he even got there. Before they could react, Hephaestus appeared in front of Felix and smashed him against the gate again with his hammer, sending a booming soundwave through the infinite expanse. Then, both of them disappeared out of sight and appeared only in blinks here and there in the golden sky, trading non-stop blows with each other. I can't see anything. They are moving too fast. The ruiner yelled as his pupils kept sliding back and forth rapidly, seemingly about to fall out of his eyes. He wasn't the only one unable to keep up, even the primogenitors and elemental lords were left with eyes wide open, trying their absolute best to analyze the battle and figure out who was winning. Alas! It's impossible. Unigen of fire is above 50 million BF while Felix should have crossed 30 million BF after absorbing the supernova energy, Thor remarked with a cold breath. Our processing and reaction speed is 1,000 times slower than theirs. Even if they wanted to spy on Felix's thoughts to hear what was going through his mind during the fight, they would hear utter gibberish. His thought process was simply on another dimension at the moment as he was forced to keep up against Hephaestus. Unfortunately, it wasn't that easy. Symbols were only good if their owner was good. In this case, Hunger Symbol wasn't able to drain Hephaestus of a harmful amount of energy quickly since his reservoir was on a different level. Clash of Prides couldn't be used when Felix knew that his pride belief would be in danger when compared to an ancient Unigen born out of the most fierce type of energy, which matched his ambitious personality. Felix didn't dare bring out I am Supreme Symbol, knowing that if Hephaestus broke it apart, he would end up more weakened than ever. Origin Symbol was able to weaken Hephaestus's abilities a little, but not completely break them off to their origin level due to their potency and concentration. More symbols were eliminated for the simple reason of Felix not being at Hephaestus' current strength level. This prompted him to focus on raising it first in the quickest manner possible. I have to use Rampage to boost my strength. Felix kept trying to rile his buried anger and hatred within his chest after all the *T and trauma he went through. He had to go this far since Rampage Symbol amplified his strength based on his genuine anger, and if it didn't cross the bar, the symbol would remain off. Fortunately, all Felix ever needed to do was recall the day Asna was kidnapped before his own eyes and the way Lilith manipulated him akin to a child. Those two experiences were enough to set his eyes ablaze and force the Rampage Symbol to infuse him with an untapped amount of strength. The instant his strength was doubled, it finally allowed him to meet Hephaestus's hammer blows with equal force, causing his fists to become a whirlwind of destruction, parrying the plasma beams with sheer brute strength. Thud! 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 Yet, he wasn't done. Felix utilized the Wrathful Creation Symbol, separating his form into 7 clones, each sharing the same amount of power he possessed at the moment. Then, he surrounded Hephaestus from all directions and charged at him non-stop. Yet, Hephaestus was able to take them all at once without suffering from a single attack, appearing like a master fighting 7 students. You think your newfound power can match me? Hephaestus sneered, his voice echoing with the force of a forge's fire. I was battling the better half of you while your galaxy was still in its creation process. Our battle experience can't be bridged even if you spent 3 lifetimes fighting me. As he finished speaking, he swung his sledge around him with increased ferocity, releasing a sea of plasma, causing Felix and his replicas to take cover behind their void barriers. Felix, undaunted, replied with equal intensity, whether your battle experience is better than mine or not, I will always hold my ground. The 2 combatants briefly separated, eyeing each other with a mix of coldness and defiance. Hold your ground. Hephaestus replied coldly as he pointed his sledge at him. Boy, the only reason you haven't fallen yet is because of Lilith's annoying laws. Let's see if you will still believe the same after losing them. 1637 A warm welcome. 4. The moment he said this, Hephaestus channeled the divine energy within the weapon, activating the radiant codex divinity. The hammer transformed before Felix's eyes, its metal glowing with an intense golden light, pulsating with a power that seemed to transcend the realm itself. Expand! With a bellowing shout, Hephaestus raised the now golden hammer high and smashed it against the air. The impact released an explosion of divinity, a radiant burst of energy that enveloped millions of kilometers around them in the blink of an eye. The force of the explosion was staggering, the light blinding, as it spread outwards, washing over everything in its path. As the divine energy swept over them, Hephaestus turned to Felix with a cold smile and taunted, "Show me your true skills now." Felix and his clones, momentarily taken aback by the surge of divine power, quickly regrouped. With a solemn expression, Felix gazed around him at the floating golden motes, feeling extremely uncomfortable being inside the radiant codex divinity. It really cancels off manifestations of new laws and elements, how dreadful. When Felix attempted to utilize another symbol, he found himself unable to make the connection with the laws. It was like the entire area of millions of kilometers had become a locked zone, where only pre-existing laws and divine energy could remain. Most Unigens don't rely on radiant divinity in their battles since their battle experience is more or less equal. Lilith commentated with a faint smile, but against you. It's worth getting rid of laws entirely as any Unigen can beat the crap out of you without them. This was the reason why Hephaestus hadn't used his hammer against Lord Hades, knowing that cancelling the laws while being in his spirit realm would benefit his rival more. Hephaestus didn't put Lilith's face in the dirt as he had immediately re-engaged on the 7 clones, each swing was a masterful display of his godly strength and mastery. While Felix and his clones still retained their strength from the rampage symbol, they were still proved to be unmatched against Hephaestus. Despite facing multiple adversaries, Hephaestus moved with the elegance and efficiency that was both awe-inspiring and daunting. Boom! Boom! Thud! In the vast expanse illuminated by his radiant, golden hammer, Hephaestus was the epitome of a warrior god. His movements were a blend of smoothness and precision, each step and turn calculated to avoid the flurry of strikes from Felix's clones. He anticipated their movements, his eons of combat experience allowing him to read their intentions and react with supernatural speed. As one clone lunged towards him, Hephaestus twisted his body in a swift, elegant motion, evading the attack by mere inches, before parrying a strike from another clone, the clash of force sending a resonating hum through the air. His counterattacks were just as masterful, a swift thrust here, a powerful swing there, each aimed with lethal precision, causing Felix and his clones to get outmaneuvered at every turn. Damn it! It's like he is in my mind. Felix felt even more helpless than in his fight against Nemo's alter ego. At least, he was able to land something in that fight. But here? Nothing worked. It was like an amateur layman battling an MMA fighter in the streets. I knew Felix would struggle against Unigens, but I didn't think it would be this bad. Thor commentated with a deep frown. Even when he barely could see their movements, he figured out that Felix was getting an ass-whopping after spotting many of his clones getting sent flying continuously. It's expected, Felix has just ascended and begun fighting on this high frequency while Hephaestus and the rest of the Unigens spent their entire lives on it. Lady Sphinx replied. Since comparison was close to non-existent between a Unigen and a mortal, it was normal for Felix to fall flat on his face in his first fight even if his strength was slightly better. During Unigen's battles, a couple of million BF difference meant nothing. In Felix's case, even if he was 10 million ahead of a Unigen, he would make it up with his experience and technique, especially if there were no laws involved. Felix began to understand that unless he tripled his fortitude by reaching his peak anger, there was absolutely no way he would be able to seriously injure Hephaestus. Unfortunately, hitting the second form of rampage meant agreeing to lose complete control of his rage, and Felix wasn't willing to go that far, at least, not in this battle. The rest of the Unigens must be on their way. I need to get the F***ck away from this place before anything else. Felix thought to himself while receiving a direct smash in the chest by Hephaestus' hammer, causing him to get sent flying into the ground. Before he could touch the ground, Hephaestus was already awaiting him down there. However, instead of preparing to hit him again with his hammer, he was seen holding a transparent sphere. It had a swirling, milky white mist contained in it, creating an ethereal and mesmerizing spectacle that seemed to hold the mysteries of the cosmos. It was the celestial cage, the only item in the universe with the possibility to pull a core out of a Unigen and hold it in for a temporary period. It was done by putting the purest form of celestial energy within it and in such a high quantity, not a single Unigen core would be able to resist it. The instant Felix spotted the cage, his expression turned for the worst and his longing to leave this place got even stronger. Felix knew he had to take drastic action and not care any more about choosing the best option, but the fastest one. It's time to bail. Enlarge. Channeling the full extent of his powers, Felix began to increase his size as the heavenly lockdown would do nothing against Unigen's non-law-based innate abilities. You ain't leaving. Hephaestus predicted Felix's next move and followed suit by also matching his explosive growth. The hammer also grew with him, which kept enlarging the heavenly lockdown zone. In less than a few seconds, the Void Nation and the tenants were left watching with mouths agape as both beings crossed the millions mark, surpassing the sun's size. Damn it! He read into me. Felix wanted to get bigger than the lockdown zone, and when he left it forcefully, he would be able to use his greed and laws and wish to get teleported away with his people, not caring any more about the price. Since he was deep in the enemy's land, he couldn't risk getting punished by the universe and put into slumber for any reason. So, he refrained from using his greed laws only in emergency cases. Alas, Hephaestus was on to him from the very beginning, and he always kept in mind Felix's greed sins laws. Even without the radiant heavenly lockdown, he had many methods to stop Felix from using his greed laws, as he had come fully prepared for this hunt. Once that metal had made up his mind on something, he never let go of it. Lilith chuckled, no matter how much you prepared, he will always be more prepared. In other words, Felix's fate was sealed the instant he stepped forth into the eternal kingdom while Hephaestus was around the gate. Even if the first thought that came to his mind was instant teleportation, he would have a way to stop him. When it came to Unigens, it was rare they would be sloppy. Just like in this case. The moment Felix decided to halt his growth after realizing he wouldn't be able to escape the Radiant Codex lockdown, he felt chills course down his spine after scanning around him. Beyond the constraints of the Eternal Kingdom's atmosphere, he was greeted by an awe-inspiring celestial panorama. The night sky, once a familiar tapestry of distant stars and galaxies, was now transformed into an extraordinary display of cosmic artistry. More than 1 million stars of all sorts of colors and lights covered the sky, each one seemingly placed with meticulous care and intention. The multitude of stars, ranging from deep blues to vibrant reds, greens, and purples, shimmered and twinkled in a breathtaking array. They were unusually close, their radiant light painting the void with a kaleidoscope of colors. Felix realized immediately that this was not a natural occurrence and these stars were prepared by Hephaestus. Every star seemed to be strategically positioned for this exact moment, a celestial trap set by Hephaestus in anticipation of their battle reaching this scale. Since they were already prepared beforehand, the Radiant Codex lockdown could do nothing against them. That's because it didn't erase existing laws, but interrupted the creation of new ones akin to a signal jammer. This was only against laws, in the case of elements. They got erased immediately, so they were even more useless against this type of divinity. Did you really think you could outmatch a true god, mortal? Your ambition is as boundless as it is foolish. Hephaestus sneered as he pointed his hammer at Felix, once a mortal, always a mortal. Felix didn't like the sound of his taunt, but he also didn't love his current predicament. He realized that his options were pretty limited and the fact his people were so close to the battleground wasn't making it any easier. Meanwhile, near the universe's heart, the three rulers watched intently from their celestial platforms, their forms covered completely in blinding light. The third ruler, gazing down at the battle, broke the silence. Hephaestus seems to be holding his own against him. Perhaps he will be the one to recover Asna's core. The second ruler nodded, her eyes never leaving the spectacle. Yes, Hephaestus's prowess is undeniable. Yet, I can't help but wonder. Does this battle align with the prophecy? It speaks nothing of Hephaestus being a major part of our future. The first ruler, the most enigmatic of the trio, chimed in with a calm, measured tone. Prophecies are often cryptic and open to interpretation. The cosmos always has a way of surprising even us. As the rulers engaged in this discussion, their eyes remained fixed on the battle below. Their faces were masks of serenity, but their eyes betrayed a glimmer of uncertainty, a rare admission that even they, the stewards of the eternal kingdom, could not foresee every twist in the tapestry of fate. If it was within their powers, their freedom wouldn't have been a mere fantasy by now. 1638 A warm welcome. V. Meanwhile, in the vastness of space, Felix and Hephaestus engaged in a battle of cosmic proportions. They were like gods clashing among the stars, their every move resonating through the universe. Felix was forced into taking action in his current massive size after Hephaestus showed him that he possessed the celestial cage. He knew that the moment he reduced his size back to normal, Hephaestus would stick to him akin to glue until both of his cores would get ripped out of his body and enter the celestial cage. The three rulers really aren't messing around. Lilith chuckled, they must have provided all participants in the hunt with a celestial cage. Since celestial cage needed the purest forms of celestial energy with a massive quantity to lure in the cores, the three rulers had to help out Hephaestus and the others. Naturally, the cages needed to be returned to them at the end of the hunt as they couldn't afford to lose that much celestial energy. The Eternal Kingdom was already facing an immense shortage of celestial energy to the point that it could barely cover 40% of the Eternal Kingdom's territory. The rest was considered a wasteland and the Unigens weren't focusing on expanding their territories outward because of this. For this exact reason, Felix was now suffering under Hephaestus without the possibility of utilizing either celestial white flames or black flames. The Eternal Kingdom's gate was closer to the edges of the Eternal Kingdom than its heart, which made it near impossible for celestial energy to reach this space. The worst part? Asna's core is aching for celestial energy and it messing with my head. It wants the celestial energy in the cage. Felix uttered with a distressed look, as he kept evading the relentless assault of Hephaestus. Each star under his command became a weapon, firing beams of concentrated stellar energy. The sky around them erupted in a dazzling display of light and power, as star after star unleashed its fury. Amidst the chaos of battle, Felix's mind raced for a solution and Asna's core throwing a tantrum wasn't making it any easier. It was like a baby starved for milk and Hephaestus had put a bottle right in front of it. Of course, it would act up, especially when Felix didn't have as much of a control of it as Asna. What an irritating symbol! Hephaestus cursed as he watched Felix able to absorb the energies from his attacks. Since he was using actual stars, the amount of energy they released, whether active or during their explosion, was massive enough to empower Felix significantly. Right now, Felix was growing stronger with each successful dodge or block, regardless if he was harmed or not. Hephaestus knew that the fight could not last like this and had to go all out to finish Felix off once and for all. As he was preparing for his ultimate attack, a new presence made itself known on the ground near the void barrier. Apollo materialized out of pure light, a radiant figure emerging gracefully amid the chaos. He was sitting on a cloud of darkness while holding his divine lyre in his hands. As Apollo took in the scene before him, his eyes sparkled with a mixture of interest and excitement. "I am glad I have taken a couple of shortcuts through the spatial gateways." He clapped with a thrilled expression as he watched the spectacle of Felix and Hephaestus, two behemoths locked in a battle of cosmic proportions. "Ah, what a performance! It's a sin that such battle isn't accompanied by a score," Apollo exclaimed, his voice melodic and resonant, carrying through the vast expanse of space. He placed the lyre on his lap and strummed the strings gently, the sound harmonizing with the energy of the battlefield, adding an ethereal melody to the backdrop of their struggle. While Felix and Hephaestus were the size of stars and surrounded by supernovas, their ears still picked up on Apollo's melodious music. Both paused their actions for a moment and glanced downward, zooming until their eyes locked on the stunning Apollo playing the lyre with his eyes closed, appearing like a prince charming of any girl's fantasy. "SHT, if this quirky effer has arrived, it means Zeus is getting closer." Hephaestus' expression turned slightly for the worst. He wasn't that concerned about Apollo, knowing that he was never interested in collecting celestial energy or becoming an upper celestial. He mostly sought out entertainment and joy in things, regardless if the situation was going to benefit him or cause him problems. However, Zeus was a different story. He was just like Hephaestus, a being of immense ambition whose only goal at the instant was to become an upper celestial. In other words, "It's time to finish this." Hephaestus accelerated his preparation for his ultimate attack while Felix was getting more stressed by the second. "I have to escape now." Just like Hephaestus, he was strapped for time, and Apollo's appearance made him understand that it wouldn't be long before a party of Unigens would gather up here. So, he used whatever brain juice left in him to come up with a plan, no matter how wacky or ridiculous it was. When he thought in this manner, a sudden idea landed in his mind. However, before he could decide whether to commit to it or not, Hephaestus began to merge thousands of stars in his palm, manipulating their energies to converge into a singular, volatile point in space. The stars, drawn inexorably together, began to shimmer and pulsate with unstable energy, teetering on the brink of collapse. When Felix saw this, he felt a chill course down his spine, knowing that his hunger symbol would not be able to absorb enough energy before his body turned into ashes, leaving only his cores behind. The first thought that came to his mind was to reduce his size, but then, he realized that wouldn't be enough to save him or his people. What's worse? Apollo was down there near his people, while he was merely playing music matching this epic confrontation. Felix understood that he wouldn't allow him to escape if he got close to him. "Brat!" Hephaestus bellowed, his voice echoing across the cosmos, "Witness the might of 1,000 suns." His eyes glowed with a fierce intensity as he observed the formation of the disturbance star core, a precursor to a black hole. However, before the black hole could manifest, Hephaestus swung his divine hammer at the star heart with everything he had. The impact was cataclysmic, transforming the core into a plasma beam of unimaginable power, the concentrated fury of 1,000 suns released at once. The plasma beam tore through space, a brilliant, unstoppable force that threatened to obliterate everything in its path. Felix, recognizing the imminent danger, acted with lightning speed. He summoned the 7 Hydra tails. The tails, majestic and fearsome, encircled Felix, ready to defend him with their lives. "Let's counter fire with corruption." Left with no choice, Felix had to fall back on his evil energy as it was the only thing in his arsenal that couldn't be cancelled by the radiant divinity. The 7 heads reared back, their mouths agape, gathering a swirling mass of dark, corruptive energy. Corruption breath. Then, the 7 streams of corruption energy merged into a single, concentrated beam, a concentrated torrent of corruption. As the plasma beam, a torrent of 1,000 suns' fury, collided with Felix's concentrated beam of corruptive energy, the melody reached a fever pitch. That's it. Dance for me. Show me your true passion and struggle. Apollo's fingers moved across the lyre with fervent passion, each note resonating with the power of the cosmic collision. The strings vibrated under the force of his touch, emitting a sound so profound and complex that it seemed to capture the very essence of the battle. Apollo's erratic smile got wider and wider as beads of sweat formed on his forehead while he poured his divine energy into the performance. It was an instant of transcendent beauty and perfection as the melody reached its zenith at the exact moment of the beam's impact, creating a musical explosion that mirrored the cosmic one. Ra-ah-ah-imbal. The divine barrier protecting the eternal kingdom from external threats was rocked after the shockwave of the beam's collision reached it, causing a powerful earthquake to arise underneath the cosmic battleground. Ah! Arg! I can't stand. The Void Nation citizens were left lying on the ground with their hands protecting their heads, unable to use any of their powers for protection due to the lockdown. Meanwhile, Apollo couldn't care less about the raging wind blowing his luminous hair as he continued playing the lyre with such intensity and passion, that he turned Felix and Hephaestus's duel into a cosmic opera. Meanwhile, the impact site of the beams became a maelstrom of clashing energies, the plasma's searing heat against the corruption's dark coldness. Alas, there was no way Felix's corruption beam would be able to rival a concentrated beam from 1,000 suns. Arg! Thus, Felix poured more of his energy into the corruption beam, his face set in a determined grimace, uncaring about his slowly melting skin. All he was trying to do was buy time for his escape plan. 1639 A warm welcome. 6. The end. During the cosmic chaos, where the formidable energies of Felix and Hephaestus clashed and Apollo's divine music reached its climactic heights, Felix's clones on the ground made their move at last. Felix left them here for a reason, as he had no use for extra bodies to take space up there when all they could do was evade and block like him. Plus, it gave him the only path he had to escape from this entrapment. Working in unison, the clones devised a plan to utilize their collective strength to propel the Greed Sins form out of the lockdown area. The Greed clone was the key to their escape, holding the potential to teleport them to safety once outside the lockdown's influence. Thus, with precise coordination, the clones gathered around the Greed form. Each one braced themselves, channeling their strength into a singular, focused effort. Then, with a burst of collective power, they launched the Greed clone into the air, shooting into the far distance at an astonishing velocity, a blur of speed that rendered him almost invisible to the naked eye. Apollo was the first to see this happen before his own eyes, yet, he seemed so engrossed in finishing his score, that he didn't bother to bet the clone's actions an eye. Bastard! Hephaestus' expression turned for the worse after spotting the Greed clone soaring through the air, moving with such incredible speed that he appeared as a mere streak. He figured out immediately what was Felix planning to do. Over my dead body! Hephaestus bellowed as he pushed the plasma beam to the limit until the corruption beam got devoured at a much faster rate, causing Felix's skin and the 7 tails scales to get burned off until red flesh surfaced. The kind of power and heat required to burn off a Unigen's body was simply unimaginable, but at the same time, a concentrated force of 1,000 stars would do just that. Just hold it a bit longer, Felix. Don't give up. **T, is he really about to die off on his first day in the Eternal Kingdom? The tenants could do nothing but encourage Felix to hold strong and power through the attack, knowing that the moment his clone left the lockdown, he would be considered as one. Alas, it was easier said than done. Arg! The plasma, like a wrathful sun, scorched everything in its path, its searing embrace an unyielding force against which even the mightiest would falter. Felix endured the full brunt of its fury as his skin, flesh, and bones started to melt away under the relentless assault, the pain so intense it was beyond comprehension. His 7 hydra tails also writhed in shared agony, their formidable forms disintegrating in the face of the overwhelming force. Yet, amidst this excruciating torture, Felix's spirit blazed with an indomitable fire and rage. With a roar that echoed through the cosmos, he rallied against the pain, his voice a thunderous declaration of defiance. "I refuse to fall here!" he bellowed, his words laced with excruciating pain yet unyielding resolve. "After all that I've endured, I will not yield at the door. Never." Felix could never accept the notion of breaking his promise to Asna and his loved ones after hitting the first hurdle in his journey. He could also never forgive himself for even thinking about it. The fact that his body was giving in to the unbearable plasma heat made him angrier than ever. As Felix's anger surged to its zenith amidst the searing pain and desperate struggle, the rampage symbol fed off this intense emotion, reaching its peak form at last. Immediately, a red dragon appeared and coiled around Felix's body, feeding off his anger and turning it into strength until it was tripled. This was traded off with Felix's rationality, leaving him in the fiery haze of unchecked fury. But in this case, he had no use for his rationality, as all he needed was to survive for a few more moments, and with his strength tripled, his defenses and endurance also benefited immensely. How mesmerizing! Ah, I can feel his sincere emotions down here. I must live up to his emotions as a true musician. Apollo bit the tip of his tongue as he channeled all of his emotions and strummed the strings with such ferocity and passion that the music swelled with each of Felix's roars of pain, and the notes resonated with the depth of his agony and the strength of his will. The lyre's strings vibrated with a mournful yet heroic tune, encapsulating the tragic beauty of Felix's struggle. "Apollo! What the **ck are you doing? Get his clone!" When Hephaestus realized that Felix was still enduring and that he was losing time on his side, he couldn't help but bellow Apollo furiously to take action. He understood that if Felix ever dared to escape from here, it would be much harder to capture him again. Plus, he had invested almost everything he had of radiant divinity to establish such a massive cage, and it would be gone to waste. Alas, Apollo completely disregarded him, totally engrossed in his music to give a flying **ck about Asna's core or anything else. In the end, the beam's energy had begun to dissipate, leaving Felix in a state barely recognizable as a human or a hydra. His once powerful form was now akin to charcoal, his entire body scorched black by the unfathomable heat, while the 7-tailed hydra was turned into dried-up black twigs. Despite his grievous condition, a spark of life and consciousness still burned within Felix. His eyes, the only part of him that retained any color, were fixed intently on Hephaestus. They blazed with a fit of undeniable anger and loathing, piercing through the smoky aftermath like 2 beacons of wrath. The depth of emotion in those eyes conveyed a statement clearer than words ever could: this was not the end. Before Hephaestus could react to that intense, unforgiving stare, a sudden enclosure of green light surrounded Felix and his people, including the clones. In a moment that seemed paused in time, Felix mouthed a single sentence to Hephaestus, his voice misplaced in the void but his lips clear in their message. "I will be coming for you first." With those final words, the green light surged in brightness, and then, as quickly as it had appeared, it vanished, taking Felix, his people, and the clones with it, far, far away. Somewhere else, the Greed clone could be seen standing some distance away from the radiant divine sphere with the equal trade symbol above his head. The wish he had requested was to take Felix and the Void citizens to the different edge of the Eternal Kingdom while using the behemoth Void creatures and their armies as the price. More than 90% of all non-intelligent unique Void creatures were sacrificed in addition to 100% of the brought in Voidlings, leaving behind only the Void citizens. The price was so heavy because of Felix's main form being at such a supermassive size. Still, Felix would never complain about it, as the fact he got out of this alive should be considered a victory. 1640 The Gathering of the Hunters. As the aftermath of the battle settled, Hephaestus descended from the sky, landing next to Apollo with an expression seething with fury. In a sudden burst of anger, Hephaestus turned towards Apollo, his hand tightening on his divine hammer, which was returning to its metallic luster after he deactivated the radiant divinity lockdown. He had already lost more than 95% of the divinity stored in his hammer, and he didn't want to lose the remaining 5%. "You let him escape!" he roared, his voice echoing with the force of a volcanic eruption. He lunged at Apollo, intending to unleash his frustration on the god of light and darkness, having no intentions of blaming his own failure. But Apollo, ever graceful and composed, effortlessly evaded Hephaestus's assault with a fluid, dance-like movement. He looked at Hephaestus with a thrilled expression, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Come now, Hephaestus, no need for such hostility," Apollo chided gently, his voice a soothing melody in contrast to Hephaestus's thunderous anger. With a mischievous smile, Apollo held up his divine lyre, still resonating with the last notes of the music he had played during the battle. "Tell me, what did you think of my performance? I must say, I believe it was one of my best scores yet. The intensity, the drama, I feel like I am about to reach an artistic orgasm. It was quite the spectacle, don't you agree?" he asked, his cheeks flushed red and his demeanor unbothered by the tension in the air. You useless lunatic, why are you even here?" Hephaestus felt like a waterflow of helplessness washed over him after realizing that he was dealing with the sickest and most eccentric Unigen in the realm. Even when Felix was at his most vulnerable and a single decision from him would have either promoted him or Hephaestus to an upper celestial, he gave up on it for the sake of finishing his score. "You have some explaining to do for the three rulers." Hephaestus sneered coldly, "I dare you to bring up your score to them." Without bothering to waste his time on Apollo or go on a wild search for Felix, Hephaestus packed up and swiftly flew back at his top speed toward his territory. Failing to capture Felix stung him like hell and made him sick in his stomach, but if he lost his territory also, he would truly be left with no tears to cry. Fortunately for him, Posdian and the others had no clue that he was bold enough to leave his territory unprotected and camp out the gate. Hephaestus was smart enough to not leave marks or trails of his plan. Even the prepared stars were created in his territory on the low, and he moved them the moment Felix entered the Eternal Kingdom. Since all Unigens possessed equal spiritual pressure, they could not spy on each other from a distance. So, no one bothered to make a move on his territory and focused on coming to the gate. Rumble! Rumble! Suddenly, with a flash of lightning and a rumble of thunder, Zeus manifested before Hephaestus, halting him in his tracks. Zeus, with a commanding presence and an air of authority, looked intently at Hephaestus. "Was it you who battled the human?" he inquired, his deep voice resonating with the power that befits his status. His eyes, sharp and piercing, sought to gauge the truth of the recent events. Hephaestus, still seething with frustration and not in the mood for conversation, barely glanced at Zeus. "Ask him." He gesticulated with an irritating look at Apollo and then continued on his path, brushing past the Thunder Sovereign. Zeus left him be after noticing that he didn't own a SNES core. Then, he turned his attention to Apollo. Descending gracefully to meet him, Zeus sought insight into the events that had unfolded. "Brother Zeus, if only your territory was a bit closer, you wouldn't have missed such theatrical drama. I feel goosebumps at the thought of it." "Do tell!" Zeus requested calmly, his arm resting on his lightning-shaped golden weapon. Apollo, with his usual flair and eloquence, commenced to narrate the tale without an ounce of hesitation. He described the clash of titans, the music that echoed the intensity of their battle, and the dramatic escape of Felix. Apollo's recounting was vivid and detailed, painting a picture of the epic confrontation with his words. Zeus listened intently, his expression a mix of intrigue and contemplation. He knew that it wouldn't be easy to take down Felix with Lilith's irritating powers even if he was the worst utilizer of sin's laws. But still, to hear that Hephaestus had faltered after such a considerable amount of preparation, surprised him a bit. As Apollo concluded his narrative, Zeus was left to ponder the ramifications of what had transpired. As expected, he is still greatly inexperienced, otherwise, Hephaestus would be the one seeking a way to escape. Zeus murmured calmly as he rubbed his grayed-out thick beard, "This is the best chance to deal with him and retrieve Asna's core, but I know what you are thinking. If only there was a way to keep my territory protected while I seek him out." Apollo chuckled as he floated around Zeus on his darkness cloud. Zeus didn't respond, but his silence was confirmation of itself. Apollo was right. It would have been much easier to hunt down Felix across the entire landscape of the Eternal Kingdom if they trusted their peers to not conquer their territories while they were away. Since the Eternal Kingdom spanned for infinity, Felix could literally be billions of light years away. None of them was dumb to go through the trouble of hunting down Felix while leaving their territories for grabs. Even if the three rulers and the Celestial Council make a statement to keep our territories conquest-free during the hunt, I doubt anyone will respect the decision, Apollo said while fine-tuning his latest score. I know, I won't. Zeus concurred composedly. It wasn't like the Unigens hadn't thought about making a temporary truce until the hunt ended, but none of them trusted each other in the slightest and treated their words as empty as the void. While primogenitors cared about their reputation and honor, forcing them to maintain their word and promises, the Unigens reached the final state of not giving a f***ck. They listened to no one against their will and would not let something as honor or word affect their decisions. Even the three rulers could not order them around, especially, now more than ever due to the lack of celestial energy, which affected the three rulers' authority immensely. After all, they could not afford to banish another Unigen outside of the Eternal Kingdom. It wasn't like they couldn't, but if they proceeded for it, it would set their plan God knows how many more eons. The Unigens knew this more than anyone else. Still, since they also sought to get their freedom or fulfill their curiosity of knowing what was on the other side, they were playing ball with the three rulers and the Eternal Kingdom's rules. Feeding them their collected celestial energy for a percentage of their divinities, win for both parties. This was also one of the reasons why the three rulers hadn't taken all the celestial energy for themselves, knowing that not a single Unigen would watch them act this brazenly without repercussions, even if the Unigens couldn't even absorb celestial energy without it turned into a divinity first. An alliance of Unigens wasn't to be underestimated in the slightest, and the three rulers knew better. After some time, the rest of the Unigens commenced appearing one by one near Apollo and Zeus. Artemis appeared first, materializing in a shimmer of olive leaves and wisdom. Her green robes were adorned with golden wheat sheaves, her expression serene yet powerful, like nature itself. Next came Poseidon, emerging from a swirl of sea foam and oceanic might. His towering presence was marked by deep blue robes that flowed like the tides, and his divine trident, a symbol of his dominion over the seas, glinted with the mysteries of the deep. Following him was Demeter, manifesting her beautiful curvy form from the dirt on the ground, radiating with the essence of the toughness of earth. Aeolus, the master of winds, drifted in on a gentle zephyr. His form was ethereal, almost translucent, with a long coat that fluttered in unseen breezes, and his eyes sparkled with the playfulness of the changing winds. Lastly, Athena stepped into the scene, materializing with the beauty and the grace of diamonds. Her attire was a blend of silvers and gold, and she carried a crystallized bow on her back without a single arrow in sight. As these Unigens grouped up with Zeus and Apollo, their collective presence appended a new dimension to the gathering. Each deity's distinct appearance and aura contributed to the diversity and strength of this divine assembly. As expected, it was that stubborn bastard who was fighting the human, Poseidon uttered coldly the moment he noticed his rival's absence. 1641 The Gathering of the Hunters. 2. This is his second setback because of Lilith's puppet. He must have wasted at least 80% plus of his resources and would be forced to stay low and leave the hunt to us. Athena mentioned with a neutral tone, resembling somewhat of a robotic voice. She was the Unigen of gemstones, metal, and minerals, which was quite obvious from her dazzling outfit. Unlike her flashy appearance, she was calm, composed, and always thinking several steps ahead. She possessed a quiet confidence and an air of serene authority, unlike Hephaestus whose personality matched an erupting volcano. She was a problem solver, someone who approached challenges with a rational and analytical mind, and often acted as a voice of reason among her peers. So, anytime she spoke, the rest quieted down and listened to her. Based on the massive size of the radiant divinity lockdown, you are right, Artemis nodded with a gentle look. Tisk, typical behavior. Poseidon scoffed, his entire motto is to act first to win first regardless of the situation. Now, he has gotten burned twice and needs to mend his wounds. Some chuckled at his words and some could only shake their heads, knowing that he had hit the nail on the head when it came to Hephaestus' attitude. Brother Poseidon, I believe this is the best chance to conquer some parts of his territory. Zeus shared with a composed look, if I was in your position, I would make sure he understands the consequences of the risks he always takes. If the Eternal Kingdom were viewed from above, the central capital city would be at the heart of 8 major environmental zones connected to the center. There was an oceanic/snowy domain, volcanic domain, nature domain, metallic domain, desert/earth domain, windy mountainous domain, thunderstorm-based domain, and lastly, a peculiar light/darkness-based domain. Each domain or territory was under one of those Unigens' rulership. Because their territories shared borders with the central territory, it made the Eternal Kingdom resemble a massive colorful pizza from a distance. This also meant that some Unigens shared boundaries with 2 Unigens and some shared with just one Unigen. In the case of those 2, Hephaestus shared boundaries with Poseidon and Apollo, while Poseidon shared boundaries with Hephaestus in a wasteland leading to the edges of the kingdom. Since the entire point of conquest and expansion was for the sake of bringing more territory with celestial energy roaming on it, plus increasing their territorial pressure, Poseidon was left with only one direction and that was Hephaestus' territory. Fortunately for Hephaestus, Apollo was a peaceful neighbor and as long as no one invaded his place, he wouldn't bother encroaching on anyone. This forced those 2 to be in a constant confrontation with each other and any opportunity presented before them would be consumed immediately. Just like in this case. You don't have to tell me twice. Poseidon smirked a bit, knowing that bastard's personality. I always had an inkling that he might be crazy enough to camp the gate and leave his place unprotected. Don't tell me you prepared for this. Feel free to spectate. I will be removing my spiritual presence from my territory. Before his peers could grill him for answers, Poseidon merely smashed his trident on the ground, causing a small puddle to emerge. Then, he turned into a water elemental, seeping into the puddle and mixing in with the massive underwater network of the Eternal Kingdom. There he goes, he didn't even bother to discuss the bounty with us. Aeolus said with a faint chortle, his high-pitched voice resembling a hummingbird's. If I am right, he must have prepared his forces to invade Hephaestus' territory in case this situation occurred. Zeus remarked calmly, with Hephaestus' current shortage of heavenly force and divinities, it won't be a fun experience for him at all. The Unigens knew that radiant divinity had many other utilizations than just turning it into a considerable lockdown area. Hephaestus used it in that manner since he was confident in his capabilities in beating up Felix without relying too much on his laws, and it also ensured that Felix had nowhere to go. But in their battles? It was a different story entirely. It hasn't been a day since the kid's arrival and there are already 2 major battles occurring. He is truly my superstar. Apollo said with flushed cheeks in excitement and a tint of weird horniness in his eyes, like he genuinely got off from such drama. Zeus and the rest were already used to his antics and didn't react much, even the fact he allowed Felix to escape while he had the perfect chance to capture him, didn't bring much emotion to them. They knew that it would be their fault for expecting anything else from him. Hephaestus was also thinking the same until he realized that he was about to get screwed out of his resources over nothing, forcing him to reach out for Apollo's assistance. Apollo, I know that you don't care about anything else besides your entertainment. Demeter advised with a stern tone, resembling a mother chiding her child, but if you are planning to carry on with your crap, you should return the celestial cage to the rulers and drop out of the event, it's not a joke to them and you know it. While the three rulers worked in unison with the Unigens to fulfill their end goal of reaching the other side without many complications, it didn't mean that they would let any Unigen disrespect or walk over them. The Unigens knew that the three rulers stayed on the low because of lacking celestial force to banish or punish them without seriously affecting their end goal. This didn't mean that they could push their luck against them. If push came to shove, the three rulers wouldn't hesitate to make a couple of them pay a steep price for antagonizing them. With an easygoing smile, Apollo went to Demeter and placed his arm over her shoulder, uncaring about her twitching eyebrows. "Your face is too beautiful to have a serious expression all the time, relax a little," Apollo remarked with an enticing flirty voice. "How about we head home tonight and allow me to turn this frown into a smile with my new score?" Demeter turned slowly to face him with the same stern expression until their lips were about to touch, then, she spat on his face without an ounce of hesitation. Alas, Apollo's broke into light particles and manifested on the other side before the spit could even fly an inch. As the light and darkness Unigen, everything he does was at the speed of light, which pissed off most of the Unigens as it was near impossible to touch him without getting rid of his laws. "Haha, you're lucky we have company." Apollo licked his lips as he remarked telepathically, "Otherwise, I would have swallowed it." The rest of the Unigens didn't know what he remarked to her, but from Demeter's slight change of expression, they knew he must have said something unsettling again. But no one defended Demeter as she wasn't a helpless woman in distress without the power to protect herself. As expected. "It's my fault for trying to advise an idiot," she commentated with an irritated look. Apollo merely laughed and stopped teasing her, knowing that she wasn't of the patient type. With Apollo's unreliability, Poseidon and Hephaestus about to wage a war among each other, we are the only ones left in the hunt. What are your plans? Zeus returned the conversation to the topic at hand, wanting to take advantage of the lack of his competition to win the hunt. "None for me." Aeolus yawned as he lay on a puffy comfortable cloud. The boy must be somewhere near the edges of the kingdom, and if he was smart, he would be constantly on the move. 1642 The Gathering of the Hunters. 3. He is right, it won't be easy for us to capture him in this scenario. Athena said calmly, "At least, we are fortunate that the three rulers have sealed the eternal kingdom from the void realm due to Lilith, making it impossible for him to hide in it or use his territorial pressure if he even knows how. Indeed, if the void realm wasn't locked out, it would be near impossible to touch the lad." Zeus nodded. All of them knew that any connection to the void realm was sealed away after Lilith got banished for what she tried to do to the universe's heart. The eternal kingdom wasn't completely shut off from the universe. There were two pathways to enter the universe without wasting a massive amount of celestial energy to unlock the gate. The spirit realm and the void realm. Those two were the major realms mirroring the universe and had connections to the eternal kingdom and the universe. This turned them into an indirect bridge. Unfortunately, Lord Hades had sealed his realm from the eternal kingdom, and the three rulers were forced to invest a godly amount of celestial energy to seal the eternal kingdom from the void realm after banishing Lilith. This ended up leaving only the eternal kingdom's gate as an entry point. Since those two realms were owned and controlled 100% by their guardians, not a single Unigen or even a ruler would dare step in them without serious precautions against Hades and Lilith. It was all due to something called territorial pressure, a power, unique only to Unigens, but that's for another time. Anyhow, the void realm was inaccessible from the eternal kingdom's territory, and Felix was already told this by both Lord Hades and Lilith. It was one of the main reasons he didn't bother to use blink or other abilities related to the void realm. If it wasn't for the seal, he would be able to jump between the universe and the eternal kingdom freely. Plus, even connecting both realms, allowing him to create his void domain in the eternal kingdom. Alas, the three rulers knew of its dangers and had to seal it away after Lilith turned against them and their plans. "What about you?" Zeus addressed Athena with a tint of coldness. Athena didn't bother to respond, she merely gave him a nonchalant glance and turned to Demeter and Aeolus. "You should use your laws to look for him," she requested, it will be easier to locate him with your help. As the Unigen of earth, sand, rocks, dirt, and such, she could be said to have access to the entire Eternal Kingdom's surface. While the ground itself wasn't created by her, since no Unigen would accept staying above her domain, she was still able to manipulate it within the limits imposed by the three rulers. In this case, she could create creatures or whatnot across its entire surface to search for Felix's whereabouts. The same applied to Aeolus, the Unigen of wind, atmosphere, clouds, and sky in general. He could manipulate anything in the sky and atmosphere within limits. She is right, with your eyes on the ground and the sky, it will be easier to find him. Artemis agreed with a delicate voice. I already said I plan on doing nothing. Aeolus scratched his cheek lazily. Why would I waste my effort on finding him when we can't make a move? I ain't leaving my territory unprotected. Hephaestus is about to pay the price, and I don't want to be next. In a sense, he was right. As long as Felix remained near the edges, even if they found him, none of them would dare to travel for such a long distance without a guarantee of capturing Felix. Hephaestus had the best chance of pulling it off, and he still failed with his preparation. I never said we would use the information to hunt him. Athena said with an unruffled look, I want to have eyes on him since I know he won't be sitting at the edges quietly. He didn't come all the way here to hide. He will be forced sooner or later to make a move and get closer to our territories. After all, don't forget, he isn't the same as us. She said the last part with a hint of seriousness in it, making everyone frown their eyebrows. Asnus core. Zeus remarked with a solemn tone, he is somehow able to take full advantage of it, and absorbing celestial energy is one of its powerful effects. Unigens could not absorb celestial energy directly as they weren't born of the same cloth or level as the three rulers in Asna. While they needed the brilliant runic divinity of the second ruler to absorb celestial energy and strengthen themselves, Asna and the three rulers had direct access. In other words, Felix also had direct access to the celestial energy released across the Eternal Kingdom's surface. He could directly absorb it to empower himself or transform it into one of his two celestial flames. There is no celestial energy near the edges, and he is bound to target one of our territories if he wants to absorb the celestial energy in it. Athena said calmly, we have to know who will be his target, so we can either prepare to defend ourselves or take advantage of the chance to assault him while he is close. When you put it this way, I don't mind putting in a bit of effort. Aeolus agreed at last to start the search, though, he wouldn't be doing it for them, but for his own protection. That's all I am asking. Athena thanked him with a head nod and excused herself from the gathering by turning into mineral particles and merging with the ground, returning to her realm through them. Until we meet again. Zeus swiftly left too in the same manner he came. He was in this rush because his territory's boundary was linked with Athena's. While their relationship wasn't as intense as water/fire Unigens, they were still considered conflicting neighbors, and they always took benefit of any opportunity to invade the other. When Aeolus left, Demeter and Artemis followed suit, having no interest in staying behind with the pervy Apollo. In the end, he was the only one left near the Golden Gate. He looked around him with a faint easy-going smile, like nothing in the universe matters to him, but soon enough, half of that smile turned crooked, making his expression resemble a terrifying half-smiling man and a half-crying man. This fearsome expression lasted for less than a split second before he turned around and his face became normal again, leaving behind a tiny, small black point in the iris of his right eye. He pulled the lyre from his back and started strumming the strings, playing a comforting and peaceful melody as he flew in the direction of Hephaestus' territory. Stop making a fuss and let's go watch the war. Apollo uttered with a pleading tone as he continued playing the soft peaceful music, which resembled a child's lullaby. As he flew into the distance, the hint of darkness in his iris faded away at last. 1643 Unigens territorial pressure. Meanwhile, in the aftermath of their harrowing escape from the cosmic battleground, Felix and his people found themselves in a stark and desolate landscape. They were in a mountainous wasteland, a place devoid of life, where only the ground and dried up rocks stretched out as far as the eye could see. Amidst this barren expanse, Felix sat in a meditative position atop a flat, elevated rock. His eyes were closed in deep concentration, his features set in an expression of intense focus. Above him hovered a purplish symbol of a bear, glowing softly in the desolate environment. This symbol emanated a serene energy, forming a transparent bubble around him that seemed to separate him from the surrounding bleakness. It was called regenerative hibernation. It allowed him to enter a state of deep hibernation, during which he recovered from injuries and regained his energy rapidly, albeit at the cost of temporary immobility and vulnerability. Felix wasn't too worried as his 6 clones guarded him from all directions. His injuries were quite fatal. Thor remarked with a pleased tone, but, with his impressive rejuvenation, plus the symbol's effect, he is already about to reach his peak after less than a couple minutes. Just like it was extremely difficult to damage a Unigen's body, it was just as hard and complex to heal it back to peak form. Fortunately, Felix possessed one of the best rejuvenations. Some time later, after opening his eyes, Felix's gaze was strikingly cold and piercing, radiating an aura of intense, yet suppressed anger that simmered just beneath the surface, hinting at the turbulent emotions lying within. His change was immediate and intense. A powerful surge of anger and hatred radiated from him, manifesting as a swirling red aura that enveloped his form. This aura pulsated with dark energy, its intensity so overwhelming that it caused the councilmen and the void citizens to instinctively get on their knees, a primal reaction to the raw, unbridled fury emanating from their god. His eyes soon revealed irises that had turned a deep, demonic red, reflecting the inner turmoil that consumed him. "Have you ever seen the Lord like this?" Miriam whispered in a hushed, anxious tone. "No, this is different." It's like his anger consumed him. "It's frightening," Candace replied, her eyes not daring to meet Felix's wrathful gaze. "The rage, it's palpable. Can we even approach him in this state?" Arthur pondered, the worry evident in their voice. Meanwhile, the memories of the near-death encounter with Hephaestus flooded Felix's mind, each one igniting a spark of rage that compounded into a roaring inferno of hatred. "I won't let this stand. I won't be made a victim," Felix uttered fiercely, his mind a maelstrom of vengeful plots and strategies. Enough was enough. Felix had been getting beaten left and right by the 3 rulers and the Unigens every time he made contact with them. While it wasn't his fault as the difference in strength and battle experience was like heaven and earth between them, Felix had no plans of falling behind this as an excuse anymore. "I am the paragon of sins and I am going to make them pronounce my name even if it is the last thing I do in this sh*thol." Felix stressed with a bone-chilling tone. Neither Hephaestus, Lilith, the rest of the Unigens, nor even Lord Hades bothered to refer to Felix as the paragon, not even once. It was always, human, mortal, boy, child, or even Lilith's puppet. This was enough to make anyone comprehend that none of them considered Felix as a true Unigen on their level even when he possessed the same strength and spiritual pressure as them. "I am done being underestimated, shamed, and looked down upon." Felix tightened his fist until veins were about to pop from his wrist. Then, he voiced with the most chilling stare directed at the center of the Eternal Kingdom. "I will make you regret the day you crossed me." The atmosphere around him was charged with a sense of impending action, a promise that this wave of fury would not go unaddressed. The tenants and the citizens around him could feel his iron-clad conviction, making them comprehend that he wasn't just lashing out. "Let's see if you are just empty words or not." Lilith smirked faintly. "To reclaim my title isn't an easy task as I have terrorized the entire kingdom." "Terrorized? I have no interest in terrorizing anyone." Felix's wisp in his consciousness space turned to stare at her with a look devoid of emotions. "I will completely obliterate this piece of land from existence, watch me." The warm welcome from Hephaestus made Felix comprehend that he had no place in the Eternal Kingdom and that no one wanted him around. If so, then so be it. He would make sure that no one would step foot on it even if it meant the extinction of the mortals on it too. Just as Felix was getting more consumed by his anger, Nimmo called him with an excited high-pitched voice while rushing to his embrace. When Felix heard Nimmo's voice, his intense killer aura disappeared at once and his eyes returned to normal again. He showed a gentle smile to Nimmo as held him in his embrace. However, the hint of madness and hatred in his eyes could be seen buried at the back of his eyes. He would never forget. Some time later, Felix convened a meeting with his councilmen, their figures huddled around an improvised council table made from the rugged terrain. Despite the desolation around them, the group was intensely focused and aware of the gravity of their situation in the Eternal Kingdom. None of them could erase the battle between Felix and Hephaestus from their minds, how they were utterly helpless akin to feathers in a thunderstorm. "We need to establish a foothold here," Felix addressed coldly. "Our first step is to build a base in this region. It will serve as our operational hub while we gather information about our surroundings." The councilmen nodded in agreement. They understood the importance of securing a stable location in this unknown and hostile environment. Due to the wish, we ended up losing most of our wrathful creators and other behemoths. I will try my best to bring the numbers up a bit to help us recover our armies. In the meantime, work on fortifying the base," Felix said. He understood that it would not be as easy as the last time. Now, he was considered as a genuine Unigen under the universe's laws, which meant, he could not abuse his laws and clone wrathful creators and the rest of the void creatures' infinity without pushing the universe to intervene. If it was allowed, Lilith wouldn't have created just 700 of each unique void creature but flooded the universe with them. Felix prioritized them at the moment since he truly needed resources for his wishes. Without the void realm in his corner, he couldn't even use the infinite pool of void energy as a price anymore. Also, I have covered more than 10 million kilometers of surface area around us with my spiritual pressure. Felix added, it will help us remain invisible from the spying eyes of the Unigens, stay in the zone to not get detected. Everyone nodded in understanding. That's it for now, I will reach out to you later. Felix excused them with a wave of a hand and left the place with Nimmo on his shoulder, heading towards what remained of the wrathful creators. As he started using his perfect cloning symbol on the wrathful creators in a moderate manner to test out the universe's limits, he switched his focus to his wisp in his consciousness space. There, he found that his tenants were already pretty heated in a discussion about his next move with his wisp. Poseidon must be attacking Hephaestus if he was smart. It's his best chance to enter either territory and absorb some of the celestial energy in the atmosphere. Thor said. What if they halted their war and turned against him? Fenrir shook his head. Asna's core is much more worth it than their territories, and I am certain they would put their differences aside and gang up on him. It's much worse than that. Lady Sphinx uttered with a solemn tone, he will be situated in one of their territories, which meant, they would have the power to use their territorial pressure on him. When this term was mentioned, everyone supporting Thor's plan quieted down and had their eyebrows knitted in frustration. Territorial pressure or domain pressure. It could be uttered to be additive to a Unigen's spiritual pressure, allowing them to gain an edge over their peers within their territories. It was a formidable power exclusive to Unigens, embodying the essence and authority of their respective domains. This ability enabled a Unigen to harness and project the full magnitude of their domain's energy onto their targets, creating an overwhelming force akin to the immense pressure experienced by a commoner at the depths of an ocean. When activated, it manifested the core elements and characteristics of the Unigen's realm, be it the crushing weight of the sea's depths, the suffocating heat of a blazing inferno, or the unyielding force of a mountainous landscape. This power not only symbolized the Unigen's dominion over their territory but also enabled them to exert an almost tangible, physical pressure, encapsulating their targets in an environment where the Unigen's will was absolute. This was one of the many reasons why Unigens needed radiant divinity as a barrier when entering their peers' territories. Without it, they would always be at a disadvantage. Without the divine barrier used by Hephaestus in the spirit realm, Lord Hades would have steamrolled him in an instant. What a dilemma! He needs celestial energy to counter the domain's pressure, but the only way to get celestial energy is to be in one. Candace sighed. 1644 Poseidon's and Hephaestus's War. It was indeed a difficult dilemma. Felix and the tenants understood that making rash decisions in such situations was unwise. If you had access to the Void Realm, it would make things much easier. Candace frowned. Is there really no possibility of breaking the seal apart? If it were easy, Hephaestus wouldn't have struggled to break Lord Hades' seal after everything he had invested in his operation. Felix shook his head. Breaking the seal on the Void Realm wasn't in his mind at the moment, as he understood that it would be the same as going against the three rulers' hold of the seal. As the ones erecting it, they would be defending it, regardless of the amount of celestial energy he could gather. It would never be close to the amount in their possession. As for using a wish, yeah, the price would be enough to force him into slumber for eons to come. What I am more irritated about is the fact the rulers still have sight of me. Felix said with a cold tone. I need to get rid of their constant snooping before considering making any move. While Felix's spiritual pressure was able to protect him from the Unigen's eyes, it could do nothing against the three rulers. That's because their spiritual pressure was higher than his and Unigen's, allowing them to bypass their barriers. Fortunately, at the stage of Unigen's, there was no such thing as being completely dominated by another one with a higher spiritual pressure. They would be oppressed and be at a disadvantage, but not to the point where they could not move their bodies or souls. The universe would never allow such a massive imbalance between Unigen's and the three rulers, knowing that if the three rulers could freeze Unigen's with a mere look, there would be no need for their existence in the first place. A wish will work, giving you a temporary barrier. Lilith shared casually while licking a lollipop near the pool. Since those old geezers want your ass badly, they will most definitely invest plenty of celestial energy to break it apart and keep you under their radar. In other words, not worth it, Thor remarked. Not precisely. Felix asked Lilith, how long will it last? Usually, it lasts a couple of minutes. Lilith answered, with the ruler's intervention, it might not last a couple of seconds at best. A couple of seconds. Felix murmured while holding his chin thoughtfully. You have a plan in mind? Lord Marduk asked with an intrigued look. I don't know if I should call it a plan. Felix smiled coldly, but, at this point, I don't really care anymore. The quick-witted ones quickly figured out what was in Felix's mind for him to react like this. They couldn't help but agree with his statement. It's not a plan, it's a suicide mission. Lady Sphinx knitted her eyebrows. It's too risky. You will have only a few seconds. Lilith chuckled. Are you sure you will be able to pull it off? With enough preparations, there is nothing I can't do. Felix asserted with a confident gaze. What are you guys on? Thor asked in irritation, still having no clue what they were talking about. Felix went on and brought everyone into the plan. As expected, not one of them warmed up to it and believed that Felix was biting more than he could chew. Still, Felix didn't listen to anyone's warnings and began his preparations to perfect it, forcing everyone to drop their misgivings and help him out. Poseidon and Hephaestus war is the K. Before Felix could finish his sentence, he swiftly switched to his main consciousness after realizing that his senses had picked off the appearance of a new area in his radar. Closing his eyes, Felix reached out with his heightened awareness, his senses stretching across vast distances. As his perception expanded, he transcended the physical barriers, his mind's eye soaring over the tumultuous borderlands where the two deities' territories converged. What he witnessed was a scene of epic proportions, a colossal confrontation between two mighty armies, each consisting of millions of creatures embodying the essence of their respective domains. The battlefield stretched along the vast expanse where Poseidon's endless ocean met Hephaestus's volcanic lands, a dramatic frontier where water clashed with fire. That attention-seeker WH*re. He must have lifted his spiritual pressure to allow everyone free spectatorship of his invasion. Lilith smiled in amusement, knowing Poseidon's character very well. If there was something else he loved more than dogging and embarrassing Hephaestus, it would be doing it with public eyes on him. He sure didn't waste a single second, Felix said with a faint pleased smirk. How could he not be pleased? He had live access to the ongoing war and this would help him immensely strategy for his future move. Aren't their armies a bit too small? Why even use armies when they could erase them with a single thought? Candace commentated with a curious tone as she eyed the formidable ranks of Poseidon's forces. Water elementals surged forward like living waves, their forms shifting and flowing with lethal grace. Among them were mighty sea creatures, their scales glistening in the aquatic light, and legions of aquatic warriors, their weapons drawn and eyes set with unwavering resolve. On the other side, Hephaestus's army stood as a living inferno. Creatures born of fire and molten rock moved with a fiery intensity, their bodies glowing with intense heat. Fire elementals danced through the air, leaving trails of flames in their wake, while volcanic beings marched forward, the ground cracking and smoldering beneath their feet. There was no sight of Poseidon or Hephaestus, just their overwhelming armies in a complete standoff in front of their borders, awaiting further commands. Those armies are not small or weak in the slightest, Felix replied with a serious tone, each one must be blessed with various levels of incandescent divinity, which increased their strength immensely. In addition, the Unigens bring subordinates under them only if they possessed enough radiant divinity to protect them from the territorial pressure during the invasion. Lastly, this isn't the only war ongoing. There are more than 10 other battlefields. Felix added as he switched his vision to share with them many other areas with the same confrontation happening. I see. Candace raised an eyebrow in understanding. Since even Unigens struggled against the territorial pressure of their peers, it was obvious that their subordinates wouldn't be able to survive walking even a mere step on another side. As expected, from the depths of the vast ocean, a radiant, golden celestial light emerged, a luminescence so pure and powerful that it pierced through the water, reaching up toward the sky and bathing the entire battlefield in its celestial glow. The warriors of Poseidon's army, caught in this heavenly light, underwent a wondrous metamorphosis. They were enveloped in an ethereal aura, their forms taking on an almost holy aspect. Their armor and weapons shimmered with divine energy, and their eyes glowed with a newfound resolve and power. This divine intervention infused them with a sacred strength, elevating them beyond their natural abilities, and most importantly, giving them the necessary protection against Hephaestus's territorial pressure. For the Lord. For the Lord. For the Lord. Emboldened by this heavenly blessing, Poseidon's warriors let out resounding war cries, their voices echoing across the oceans and the skies as they charged toward Hephaestus's forces. The clash that followed was a spectacle of divine and elemental warfare. Warriors wielded water, ice, and fog with masterful control, shaping them into powerful weapons and shields. The ocean itself seemed to respond to their command, with waves and currents aiding their assault. But beyond these elemental attacks, the warriors now also unleashed a barrage of divine techniques, utilizing their incandescent divinity. It might be the weakest form of divinity with no more than 0.1% of celestial energy in it, but it was still powerful enough to cause great ruination among Hephaestus' forces. Boom! Boom! Divine beams of concentrated light shot forth from their hands, cutting through the ranks of Hephaestus's army with unerring precision. Divine swords materialized from pure energy and clashed against the fiery weapons of their opponents, their celestial clang resonating across the battlefield. Warriors called upon celestial shields, impenetrable barriers that reflected the flames and heat back toward their assailants. Hephaestus's forces weren't some sitting ducks, they also possessed incandescent divinity, as it was a standardized blessing among them compared to the radiant divinity blessing. While Hephaestus was broke at the moment and couldn't afford to share his radiant divinity with them, the fight was still occurring in his territory, which gave his forces an advantage over their counterparts. Do not let them gain ground on us. Defend the Lord's territory with your lives. This turned the battlefield into an arena of both elemental and celestial combat, with both forces suffering from major casualties across the board. More so on Hephaestus's side, since Poseidon's forces were somewhat protected by his radiant divinity. Both Unigens remained hands-free from their troops' confrontation, as it was an unspoken rule between Unigens to not involve themselves in such battles. Even if they didn't care about honor or their word, they saw it as beneath them to engage with those lesser than them in status. Most importantly, if one dared to join, the other would most definitely stop him. Thus, Hephaestus was left sitting in the heart of his fiery domain, brooding on his magnificent throne made of flowing magma. His expression grew dark with irritation. His jaw was set firm, and his eyes, glowing like hot coals, burned with a mixture of rage and frustration. With a clenched fist, Hephaestus slammed the armrest of his magma throne, causing a small eruption of sparks and molten rock. "Shameless bastard, haven't you already taken enough from me?" Hephaestus could only curse and vent his anger in this manner, knowing that if he dared to make a move and stop Poseida's armies from advancing, he would go all out on him. At this moment, he wasn't sure he would be able to push him away without suffering many more losses with his current amount of stored divinities. In other words, Poseidon was making sure to ruin his day and torture him by invading his territory bit by bit. 1,645 each with their own scheme. That's what Hephaestus and many other Unigens were left to believe with those two's heated and conflicting relationship. But in reality, Poseidon's motives go deeper than this. At the moment, a strategic meeting was taking place in the heart of Poseidon's underwater palace, a grand structure of coral and pearl shimmering beneath the ocean's surface. Poseidon sat upon his throne of seashells and tridents, his presence commanding and regal. Beside him stood his right-hand subordinate, Admiral Nereus, a seasoned warrior known for his tactical acumen and unwavering loyalty. Nereus's appearance was striking, with long, flowing hair that seemed to float in the water, and eyes as deep and blue as the ocean itself. His position under Poseidon was much higher than even Duke Humphrey in the eyes of Hephaestus. So, one could imagine him possessing his radiant divinity blessing directly from the three rulers compared to others needing it from Poseidon. With a thoughtful expression, Admiral Nereus questioned, "My lord, why do I sense there is more to this war than a mere territorial dispute?" Poseidon's eyes narrowed, a hint of a cunning plan flickering in his gaze. "Astute as always, Nereus. This war is but a stage, a lure for a greater player in this game." Admiral Nereus arched an eyebrow. "Is it the Ascendant Mortal? Do you intend to draw him into our conflict?" With a slight smile, Poseidon replied, "Exactly, by prolonging this battle and showcasing our strength, it gives the boy a spectacle to ponder upon. He's calculating, always watching, and waiting for the right moment to strike. I am certain if we gave him some time to settle down and lick his wounds, he would realize that our war is the perfect chance for him to act up and try to steal some of our celestial energy. That's my real target." Admiral Nereus considered this, his tactical mind analyzing the implications. "A clever ploy, my lord, but we must tread carefully. Lord Hephaestus and the rest of the Unigens will most definitely see through our plans if we prolong this war more than necessary. This will give them a chance to participate in the trap, complicating the situation more than we would like." Poseidon leaned forward, his eyes reflecting the depths of his domain. "That is a risk I am willing to take," he said coldly. "I am no longer interested in playing war with that prick. It's time to evolve and join the upper ranks. Capturing Asna's core is the easiest path at the moment." Suddenly, he showed a shrewd smirk, "But still, don't worry, I am not going to wait until the kid gets lured in slowly. I will give him one last shove if he doesn't make his move in the upcoming weeks." Nereus bowed slightly, acknowledging the wisdom of his lord. "As you command, my lord. I shall ensure our forces are prepared for any eventuality, whether from Hephaestus or the mortal." As the meeting concluded, Poseidon gazed out into the vast ocean from his palace, his thoughts as deep and unfathomable as the seas he ruled. This war was more than a clash of elements, it was a chess move in a larger game of divine politics, and Poseidon was determined to emerge as the master of these turbulent waters. If it wasn't for Poseidon's character and his constant desire to seek out the spotlight, everyone would have assumed his true motive right from the beginning. It was a simple definition of pattern recognition, and no matter how intelligent someone was, it would be difficult for them to ignore the pattern and jump straight into questioning. But as Admiral Nereus said, this would not last for long, and it wouldn't be long before everyone realized that his motives go beyond making a fool of his rival. But for now, even Felix wasn't suspecting anything from the war, though, as a careful person from a young age, he always considered anything he walked into as a trap. In this case, whether it was a trap or not, in his eyes, it wouldn't affect his plan negatively in the slightest. A week later, the construction of the Void Nation's base was progressing at an impressive pace. The Void citizens worked tirelessly, their every action coordinated and purposeful. The base began to take shape, rising from the barren ground like a beacon of hope and resilience. Everyone had a role to play, and they performed their duties with a sense of urgency and commitment. From the setting up of defensive perimeters to the establishment of living quarters and command centers, every task was carried out with efficiency and precision. Having a base was a must, since it gave everyone something to call home in this heartless and unwelcoming kingdom. Even if it was a temporary base, it was better than being homeless. While his citizens were working their asses off, Felix wasn't lazing around either. He was focusing his entire efforts on cloning wrathful creators and accelerating the creation of void creatures through any means necessary. As expected, the universe was soon to interfere and halt his infinite cloning glitch the moment he cloned more than 600 wrathful creators. The instant the number of wrathful creators reached 700, their original number, the universe began sending warnings by tightening the golden shackles on him, putting him in the worst possible pain ever. Felix was forced to swallow the pain and continue abusing his laws, as he knew that his plan depended on them. If it wasn't for the universe's punishments, he would have evolved his entire nation. Unfortunately, he was able to help out only his councilmen with some new symbols before the universe gave him a warning to go no further. After all, he was bestowing laws, not elements. It's been a week since the start of the war, and Poseidon's troops have steadily been gaining more territory for their lord. Felix commentated as he spectated the war's condition with his tenants. Neither Unigens have made an appearance. Thor remarked with a deep frown, "Is this how wars between Unigens are? Send their subordinates to fight while they keep each other in check with divinities? How is this any different than what elementals do in Four Mother Siamese's galaxy? Well, either this, or they could go all out on each other and waste their divinities just to end up in the same spot." Ramongander replied. "If the other Unigens are greedy, they might jump over their borders and seek to invade them, taking advantage of their weakness." Lady Sphinx added. I know, but still, it doesn't change the fact that it's quite boring like this." Thor shook his head. If this is their only source of diversion in this forsaken land, then, no wonder they created us to make the universe livelier. The rest of the primogenitors chuckled, knowing that he was taking a jab at the Unigens' boring and void lifestyle. If entertainment is what they seek, then I am going to shove it down their throats until they beg me to stop. Felix smiled coldly. "Ah, is it time to make the first step?" Lord Loki asked with a hint of glitter in his eyes. He received his answer soon enough. Felix switched his focus to the sloth form clone and activated the out-of-body slumber symbol for 4 clones at once. The moment it manifested above his head, slowly, their physical forms began to relax, entering a state of deep, peaceful slumber, while their spirit started to disengage from the confines of their corporeal body. There was a moment of transcendence, a feeling of liberation, as Felix's spirit fully separated and emerged from his physical form. "I quite missed this feeling." Felix smiled nostalgically as he scanned his spiritual body. The clones also did the same. Since he was already used to the feeling of being a spirit, it took him less than an instant to orient himself in this new form. However, as he lifted his head and gazed around him, he was met with a spectacle that rendered him speechless, a vista beyond his wildest imagination. The wasteland of the Eternal Kingdom, which had seemed desolate and lifeless in its physical form, was teeming with an unfathomable number of spirits in the spiritual realm. These spirits floated aimlessly, like a sea of misplaced souls, each one adrift in its silent world. The spirits varied in form and appearance, some ethereal and faint, others more defined and radiant. They moved with no particular purpose, their paths meandering and aimless, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. Felix stood, or rather, floated amidst this sea of spirits, his spectral form a mere whisper among countless others. The spectacle was hauntingly beautiful yet profoundly disconcerting. Each spirit seemed to carry its tale, a whisper of a life once lived, now reduced to a wandering wisp in this ghostly wasteland. This is the result of Lord Hades locking the spirit realm from the eternal kingdom. Lilith remarked casually, anyone who dies has his soul pushed to wander the wasteland. 1646 Stealing the celestial energy. There must be hundreds of trillions of spirits roaming the eternal kingdom, how is Lord Hades safe from this? Felix murmured as he gazed at the spirits passing by him mindlessly. In his eyes, as the guardian of spirits and souls, he should be punished for locking his realm from those poor spirits who had nowhere to go. The universe punishes him only for what happens to spirits in his realm. Lilith answered casually, whatever happens outside has no relation to him. Since the universe doesn't have a consciousness to reason that him locking his spirit realm causes this mess, it wouldn't do anything to him. I see. In the end, it all came again to taking advantage of the universe's lack of consciousness. But why did he seal it in the first place? The ancestral dragon Ymir inquired from within his consciousness space. Felix had brought him back to the party after he woke up and noticed that his wisp in the ancestral dragon dimension was gone. He could not leave the ancestral dragon behind, especially when he was one of the few ones harmed directly by the three rulers and helped Felix with everything in his power to take them down. He had to watch their downfall with his own eyes. None of us knows. Thor shook his head. Lord Hades refused to bring us on the whole story. When he uttered this, everyone turned to glance at Lilith in silence, wanting her to interject and feed them some new intel without directly asking her. Alas, she merely gave her usual chuckle. I don't want to upset Hades. Hearing this, everyone clicked their tongues in vexation and dropped any thought of learning the truth from her. For Lord Hades to break his rules and lock out the spirits of the eternal kingdom, it must have been something extremely serious, Felix said with a solemn tone. If only Lord Hades bothered to visit him once in a while, he would ask him again, but, ever since his entry, he never spoke with him and merely kept watching him from a distance. He didn't even bother to place a wisp inside Felix's consciousness, still, he was able to link up with him anytime he desired since he was the controller of the seal. Just like the three rulers could speak with Lilith while she was in her void realm while she couldn't interact with the eternal kingdom unless they removed the seal. After the subject was dropped, Felix kicked off the start of his master plan. He ignored the sea of spirits in front of him and flew through them at the speed of light with his clones. As a spirit, he had nothing to stop his momentum and Felix took full advantage of it to aim towards none other than the Poseidon's and Hephaestus territories. The only ones who saw him do this were the three rulers within the council. Right now, high above the celestial realm, in front of the universe's heart, the three rulers converged on their ethereal platforms. They watched intently as Felix ventured towards the war zone. He's turned into a spirit, noted one of the rulers, his voice echoing softly. In this form, he will be able to absorb celestial energy. He will, but the amount will be tragically low as Hephaestus and Poseidon won't stand by and watch him. The second ruler uttered with a feminine tone. It won't be enough to change anything, the time frame marks the exact dates on the prophecy table. The first ruler uttered as he gazed into nothingness. While others saw nothingness, the three rulers beheld a magnificent illuminating tablet adorned with pictures and hieroglyphs. It was a wondrous enigma and even the three rulers appeared perplexed as they gazed upon it as if they had yet to determine its true nature. Everything the three rulers had done was because of the prophecy and they respected the events described in it and their time frame to the point they would not take the easiest option if it was proven to affect the prophecy negatively. For the three rulers, the supposedly most powerful and authoritative beings in the universe to respect and follow the sayings of a tablet, it held a great significance, and if anyone were to know it, chaos would arise. While the three rulers had yet to analyze the entire tablet, the result was enough to make them blindly trust in its path. In their luminous dazzling pupils, a reflection was seen on the top of the tablet, a reflection of a picture drawn with a white substance like chalk. The image was of the universe's heart, the tiny white dot, being enlarged with nothingness shown on the other side. This image was everything the three rulers needed to follow the prophecy's signals and orders to heart, wanting to shape their future to have the final ending. An ending, where their freedom was achieved. If this meant watching as Felix wreaked chaos on the Eternal Kingdom for a while, it didn't matter to them. Where did the tablet come from? Why wouldn't the three rulers use their powers to gaze into the future instead? Why was the other side associated with their freedom? Only they had answers to these questions. As long as the time frame remains the same and our freedom is still guaranteed, I don't care what he does. The day where Asna's core becomes ours has already been decided by the prophecy. The first ruler uttered into the nothingness. In the vast and boundless depths of Poseidon's territory, Felix arrived as a spectral entity. He floated ethereally above the tumultuous underwater landscape, his spirit form untouched by the physical constraints of the ocean. I can feel the presence of celestial energy, but it's too low to absorb reliably. Felix kept on his journey, heading into the depths of Poseidon's territory with one of his clones. The other two were sent to Hephaestus' territory, and he always switched his focus between them to keep himself updated on everything. With his impressive speed, it took him no time to reach an area where celestial energy could be felt at a comfortable rate. Without further ado, Felix sent the other spirit away from him, and he swiftly established a spiritual connection with Asna's core, creating a spiritual link between them. This connection was more than just a link, it was a symbiotic bond that allowed the core to extend its reach beyond the physical limitations of Felix's body and into the vast territories of the two deities. It was a known fact that Unigens didn't need their cores to be with them to have their powers, like the previous situation with Lilith, and vice versa. As expected, the instant the link was established, Asna's core went hippo mode. Streams of celestial energy flew invisibly toward Asna's core, funneling through the ethereal links established by Felix's spirit. This was occurring with all four spirits across the two territories simultaneously. Unfortunately, the Unigens' senses were simply on a different level, and the moment they noticed a sudden abnormal shift in their territories, they immediately placed their focus on those areas. At first, they were a bit confused as they couldn't see anything besides the noticeable reduction of celestial energy, but soon enough, it clicked in their minds what it could be. With an icy expression, they activated their spiritual vision, and Felix was caught red-handed with his clones, stealing their most precious resource. The moment Felix felt their bone-chilling gaze affixed on him, he merely gave them a faint cold smirk accompanied by a middle finger and then cancelled his sloth symbol's effect. Poof! 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 All spirits exploded into mist and disappeared out of sight, returning the two territories to their original form. However, a small portion of celestial energy was gone forever. 1647 stealing the celestial energy. 2. That little weasel, I should have known better with Lilith's stupidly all-rounded powers. Poseidon's eyelids twitched as he had completely overlooked the fact that Felix had many irritating symbols to help him sneak into their territories without jeopardizing his safety. Hephaestus had the same reaction, but he was excused as his mind was completely invested in saving his territory. Unfortunately, such tricks can work only once, Poseidon uttered coldly as he prepared this time to blow Felix's spirit the instant it entered his territory. I dare you to enter again. Hephaestus shared the same sentiment and had already expanded his spiritual pressure to spot even spiritual beings within his territory. None of them have done this before, since it consumed their spiritual pressure on a greater level compared to focusing only on the physical. Meanwhile, after Felix's focus returned to his main consciousness, he noticed that a portion of his soul was gone. This didn't surprise him much, as he had expected this to happen after getting rid of his clone spirits forcefully. If I didn't go for it, they would have caught me. Felix commented with a faint smile, but, a trade-off between celestial energy and a portion of my soul is always worth it. How much did you absorb? Thor inquired. Compared to what Asna left me in the spirit realm, maybe 2% of it. Felix smiled wryly. That's it. Candace raised an eyebrow in surprise. I have expected such results, to be honest. Felix explained to her, Hephaestus must have opened the portal to the spirit realm from the central zone of the Eternal Kingdom, not his territory. After all, since he had gotten tools and even some angelic armies under the three rulers, it was normal to let him open the gate near the capital city, especially, when he was the one investing his portion of celestial energy for the entire mission. I see, so when Asna was absorbing celestial energy, she was absorbing closer to the source, Candace remarked. Exactly. Felix nodded. What can you do with this amount? Nothing of a very high value. Felix replied, I will need more if I want to use celestial energy to strengthen me, turn it into celestial flames, or for wishes. I guess you will be returning again. Candace chuckled, what method will you use now? You will find out soon enough. Felix sat down on the ground and created more than 1,000 wisps of consciousness in the blink of an eye. Even though he had lost Elder Kraken's ability, he obtained it again after the ascension as it was one of a Unigen's innate abilities. Almost anything a primogenitor managed to learn and a master related to bodies and souls, Unigens were given to them at birth. After he was done, Felix utilized another symbol related to the sloth sin, dream invasion. With the dream's invasion symbol at his command, he prepared to infiltrate the subconscious minds of Poseidon's slumbering citizens. His goal was clear and precise, to establish a network of connections for Asna's core to siphon celestial energy once more, but this time through the dreams and nightmares of Poseidon's territory. As his spiritual pressure extended outwards, a silent wave sought the minds of those in deep sleep. Identifying his targets, Felix's spirit delved into the dreamscape of a sleeping citizen. The dream world unfolded around him, a realm of surreal landscapes and abstract perceptions. With careful precision, he navigated the dream, his presence unnoticed by the dreamer's subconscious. Once settled within the dream, Felix performed his crucial task. He placed one of the wisps and gently embedded it within the dream's fabric. This wisp was more than enough to create a subtle but potent connection to Asna's core, a link through which celestial energy could be absorbed. Repeating this process with the efficiency and speed only the Paragon could muster, Felix invaded the dreams of over 1,000 of Poseidon's citizens simultaneously. Each dream was a unique world, but his purpose remained singular across all of them. As each wisp was placed, a vast network of energy channels began to form, converging towards Asna's core. How sneaky! If only Hephaestus also removed his spiritual pressure, it would allow you to target his people. Candace laughed. While spiritual pressure could do nothing against Felix's dream invasion symbol, he had to see the target first. He could not do this unless the spiritual pressure was removed. In this case, only Poseidon was the lucky recipient. The moment the connection was established with the core, it began to draw in celestial energy once more. The core pulsed with renewed vitality, its glow intensifying with every passing moment. Felix kept grinning from ear to ear as he watched Asna's core fill up with a great quantity of celestial energy. What's your next move? His grin suddenly turned sinister as he gazed at Poseidon's palace. His senses couldn't navigate deeper as Poseidon would never allow anyone to gaze through it. Still, he knew that he must be sitting on his throne with a livid expression, sensing the loss of his celestial energy at a rapid rate from within the heart of his city. While the citizens of Poseidon's realm continued to sleep undisturbed, unaware of the silent heist occurring within their dreams, he could feel the 1,000 affected areas. When he cast his senses on these areas and noticed that the one thing they had in common was sleeping citizens, he realized immediately what was going on. Brat, you are starting to push your luck. Poseidon uttered coldly as he gazed into the sky. Without an ounce of hesitation, he tapped his trident on the throne's floor once and the problem was solved. As expected, not an ounce of remorse for mortal lives. Felix snickered after noticing that all his targeted citizens were eliminated by Poseidon. He didn't bother to wake them up even when it was the easiest option, he straight out eliminated them in cold blood. Felix had anticipated such a reaction and still went for his plan. When he said that he didn't give a sh*t about anyone residing in the Eternal Kingdom, he wasn't joking in the slightest. He treated everyone as his enemy and he had zero mercy in his actions. If it wasn't for the symbol's limitation of being at 1,000 invasions at once, he would have gone for everyone sleeping in his territory. After witnessing the death of the citizens before his eyes, Felix's senses were cut off abruptly. He opened his gaze without much of a response and smiled coldly. He returned his spiritual pressure protection on his territory again, this time for good. He had to. Otherwise, there is nothing he can do to stop you from invading his citizens unless he protects them individually with his spiritual pressure. That's too much of a trouble for him. The tenants were laughing and enjoying themselves. They found entertainment in Unigen's pain, making them feel like spectators. How could they not be pleased? The rest of the Unigens must have noticed and started asking questions. Lady Sphinx asked, "Will you continue pushing them? Or will you commit to the final part of the plan now? It's not the time yet." Felix shook his head, "We are still dealing with Unigens, and the only reason I can pull up a fast one on them is because they don't care that much about the quantity I am stealing. It's annoying, but not threatening to them. I have to make them feel threatened, no, I have to make all of them feel threatened." Felix narrowed his gaze coldly, only then, will I make my final move." 1648 All eyes on him. While Felix wanted them to feel threatened, the reactions of Apollo, Demeter, Artemis, Zeus, and the rest to his daring theft of celestial energy ranged from mockery to curiosity. Some were directed at him and the majority were at the other two. Apollo, ever the artist and lover of drama, chortled at the spectacle. Leaning back on his darkness cloud, he quipped, "He sure knows how to put on a show. Stealing from Poseidon and Hephaestus together? I expected nothing less." Demeter shook her head. "Pitiful party tricks, he will soon run out of them and the amount of celestial energy stolen will be barely enough to last him a couple of minutes in a fight against us." Artemis, usually more reserved and contemplative, expressed a mixture of amusement and admiration to one of her subordinates. "He's like a cunning fox, isn't he? Always finding new ways to survive and thrive. I wonder what he plans to do with that stolen celestial energy." Artemis was also one of the Unigens like Apollo who kept a close eye on Felix's mortal journey from an early age, making her understand just what kind of person he was. In her eyes, there was no way he would be settling down with stealing bits of celestial energy forever. Would he use the energy to invade Hephaestus, Poseidon, or even one of them? She wondered. Meanwhile, Zeus observed the events with a deep, thoughtful frown, stroking his beard. "I smell a scheme, a well-crafted scheme. Lilith's successor will never settle down for such tricks." Athena, the goddess of wisdom and strategy, watched intently, her eyes reflecting a keen analytical mind at work. "If I was in his place with his sets of abilities, I would steal just enough celestial energy to give me a shield against radiant divinity plus territorial pressure, then, launch a serious invasion attempt at Hephaestus, who is currently the weakest link in our circle. Even if he doesn't defeat him, he will be able to prolong his stay in his domain enough to restore what he has lost and even gain 10 times the amount or more." As each Unigen watched Felix's exploits, the gods' reactions highlighted their personalities and interest in this battle. Apollo's love for entertainment, Demeter's connection to the earth and its beings, Artemis's appreciation for cunning and survival, Zeus's authority and interest in power dynamics, and Athena's strategic and analytical thinking all came into play. Yet, none of them scheme on making a move, wanting to spectate from a distance to get a better reading. Meanwhile in the void base, suddenly, Felix switched to his main consciousness after picking up on an invasive aura within his spiritual pressure zone. The moment he extended his senses, he spotted almost invisible birds gliding effortlessly through the skies, their forms merging with the air currents. "We were found," Felix remarked calmly, "took them long enough." As these wind birds reached the vicinity of the Void Nation's base, they circled above, their presence as light as a feather, yet their observation keen and thorough. They surveyed the layout, the defenses, and the activities within the base, gathering valuable information with every graceful swoop and glide. "Aren't you going to stop them?" Candace asked telepathically. "No, I want them to watch." Felix smiled coldly without bothering to even glance at the birds. Upon gathering the necessary intelligence, the wind birds dissipated like mist, carrying the information back to Aeolus. In his domain, a realm where the winds whispered secrets and the air was alive with knowledge, Aeolus received the reports from his feathered spies. With a contemplative expression, he contemplated the findings. "Interesting, he neither took down my scouts nor changed his location. Is he inviting us?" Without delay, Aeolus relayed the location of Felix's base to the other Unigens. Following this revelation, various Unigens sent their scouts. Since the location was now known, all the Unigens with networks reaching the wasteland were able to arrive at the location almost instantly. Athena created feathered spies from minerals in the soil, Artemis utilized the nearest plants to the location, Demeter used the soil itself, and Apollo was on a different level as he utilized the light itself to create holographic scouts. Even Hephaestus, Poseidon, and Zeus sent their scouts. Zeus created an entire thunderstorm away from Felix's spiritual pressure. Dominated area while the other two took advantage of the underground volcanic and water networks. All in all, no one decided to sit this one out and had to put their eyes on Felix. "It's quite lively now." Felix showed a faint mocking sneer after his senses picked up on dozens of eyeballs affixed on his void base. He knew that they knew that he knew that they knew. So, it made them even more intrigued about his reasoning for not changing his location or getting rid of their scouts. Unbothered by their attention, Felix carried on with the second part of his plan. He went to the main plaza of the base and gathered all Void citizens in a vast open area in front of an elevated platform. As he stood on the platform, his presence commanded the attention of all. "You guys know what to do," he uttered calmly as he invoked the Perfection Manifestation symbol, a powerful emblem of the Pride Sin laws. As he activated the symbol, it materialized above him, radiating a brilliant golden light. The symbol pulsed with an almost magnetic allure, captivating the eyes and hearts of those who witnessed it. As the Void citizens beheld the spectacle, they felt an overwhelming surge of pride and reverence towards Felix. Their spontaneous reactions turned into vocal praises and expressions of worship. They hailed Felix's strength, wisdom, and leadership, their words sincere and heartfelt. "Our paragon! Our eternal guardian! In you we trust, under your wing, we soar. O great paragon, your power rivals that of the sun, your mind as vast as the cosmos. In your hands lies the fate of worlds, and in your eyes, the fire of 1,000 stars. All hail the paragon, the bringer of light and shadow, whose wisdom guides us through darkness and whose strength upholds the heavens." This outpouring of admiration and devotion created a feedback loop of energy. Felix's Perfection Manifestation symbol thrived on this sincere praise, converting it into raw strength that flowed back into him and his clones. This was the effect of the symbol. It fed on the sincere worship and praise of those lower than Felix in rank, and the more sincere they were, the stronger the temporary enhancement. As the praises continued, his strength began to increase at an astonishing rate, a tangible manifestation of the bond between him and his people. Felix's form started to glow with a resplendent golden light, reflecting the intensity of the admiration he was receiving. His skin shimmered like molten gold, a visual testament to the power he was accumulating. Once Felix and his clones were fully imbued with this newfound strength, glowing with the collective pride of his people, he knew it was time to act. With a nod of acknowledgement to his citizens, he signaled his two clones, Wrath and Pride, to proceed with the next phase of their plan. The clones set off towards Hephaestus's territory. Their mission was clear: and with the energy of their people fueling them, they were more than ready to confront whatever challenges lay ahead in the fiery domain of the god of the forge. As they departed, the Void Nation's base erupted into cheers and chants, the citizens watching with a mix of awe and anticipation. They had played their part in empowering their leader, and now they eagerly awaited the outcome of this bold move against Hephaestus. As I have predicted, he is planning to battle Hephaestus with his clones, taking advantage of his weakness and his possession of celestial energy. Athena remarked with a slightly pleased tone, respecting Felix's intelligence to use clones. This would help him keep Asna's core safe and engage in battle to steal more celestial energy. But, why is he allowing us to see his movements? Athena soon frowned. Hephaestus must have witnessed this scene too. She knew that Hephaestus would most definitely be prepared to battle against Felix's 2 clones and make sure he came out of this without too many losses. What is he really planning? Athena placed a finger on her chin, deep in her own thoughts. 1649 The second round. Meanwhile, Hephaestus' reaction was the total opposite. His face was marked with a mocking look as he gazed through the eyes of his scout at Felix's 2 speeding clones. You think 2 clones will be enough to hold me down? It seems like the beating I have given him wasn't enough to set him straight. Hephaestus stood up from his throne with his hammer leaning against his shoulder. His expression was that of utter coldness as he got himself prepared for the upcoming battle. Just as he planned on leaving the throne chamber, the scouts showed him a familiar sight. Suddenly, the clones started to shimmer with a mysterious green glow, then, in an instant, the clones vanished. The green light dissipated as quickly as it had appeared, leaving behind a void where Felix's clones had stood just moments before. While Apollo and the rest of the Unigens were left surprised and curious about Felix's clones' location, Hephaestus turned grimmer after noticing 2 invading auras at the very front of his realm's entrance, a place dominated by fire, molten landscapes, and smoldering skies. Then, Felix switched his main focus to the Pride Form clone and requested Asna's core to channel the celestial energy they had absorbed and turn it into celestial flames. Slowly, the air around the clones shimmered, and a faint white glow emerged, coalescing into flickering white flames. The flames grew in size and intensity until they enveloped the clones completely. Whoosh! Whoosh! The clones' forms became brighter and more radiant, their figures now silhouette of blazing white fire. I am supreme! Rampage! Without an ounce of hesitation, Felix and his clone activated those 2 symbols above their heads. One doubled Felix's current strength, which was already significantly enhanced through Perfection Manifestation symbol, while the other increased his power by 1% each second. With these 3 symbols combined, and celestial flames feeding them, Felix's 2 clones' strength had already surpassed 60 million BF and was still on the rise. Abruptly, Hephaestus made a dramatic entrance befitting his fearsome reputation. Rumble! With a monumental force that shook the realm, Hephaestus emerged from the lava, rising like a colossus from the depths of his volcanic kingdom. Towering over the landscape, he was a gargantuan figure, his body forged from the same fiery elements that made up his domain. The air around him distorted with the intense heat emanating from his form, and his eyes burned like twin furnaces, full of power and wrath. In his massive hand, he wielded his gigantic divine hammer. With a movement that sent waves of lava splashing in all directions, Hephaestus lifted the hammer and pointed it directly at Felix and his clone. The gesture was both a challenge and a declaration of war. Then, in a tone that resonated like the clash of metal on an anvil, Hephaestus addressed them with a cold, menacing tone. You and your pale imitation think you can challenge the master of the forge in his realm? You barely survived against me in the open. Bold words coming from a camper. Felix sneered, the only reason you have beaten me was due to your extensive preparation and I still managed to escape. You should feel ashamed of your failure instead of boasting about it. I am not taking sides, but he is right, you know. Before Hephaestus could respond, Apollo's soft-spoken voice fell in his ears. Hephaestus' expression turned colder as he glanced to the side and observed the emergence of Apollo outside of his territory. He was chilling on his darkness cloud while carrying the lyre on his lap. "Apollo, if you aren't going to join the battle, I suggest you *ck off this instant." Hephaestus wasn't in the mood to entertain Apollo's shenanigans. "Don't mind me, I am just here as a bystander, you can carry on your squabble." Apollo waved his hands in denial while making sure to remain away from the battlefield. Felix remained silent as he looked into Apollo's innocent and slightly excited eyes, making him feel like he was here genuinely to watch them duke it out again. Soon, Felix lowered his gaze and cracked his knuckles, resulting in many explosions resounding thunderously. Then, without an ounce of hesitation, he charged into Hephaestus with his clone, knowing that his celestial flames wouldn't last that long. "Let's see how your flames fare against the true might of my domain," Hephaestus boomed, his tone echoing like thunder across the molten landscape. With a sweeping gesture, he invoked his territorial pressure. The atmosphere around Felix's clones twisted violently, the air itself seemed to ignite, heat surging to an unimaginable degree, as if the very essence of a star had been unleashed. Felix and his clone, undeterred, stood their ground. "Your flames may rule this realm, Hephaestus, but they cannot consume what creates them." Felix retorted coldly, the celestial flames around them intensifying, transforming into a protective inferno that defied the gods' scorching assault. "Whew, the exiled celestial flames are really on a different level than divinities," Apollo commentated with a faint smile as he began preparing his lyre, ready to add a second part to his previous score. "How long can you hold on?" Hephaestus sneered. He knew that Asna's celestial flames consumed close to 100% of celestial energy, which was considered an overkill to stop his territorial pressure. In other words, as long as he maintained it on Felix and his clones, the consumption rate would explode and the few minutes that Felix had might turn into a few seconds. Felix had expected as much. Instead of responding in words, he displayed him how he planned to survive. He gave him a slight smirk as he linked up two wisps within the clone's consciousness space to Asna's core. This produced another link with her, which was used primarily to absorb the celestial energy within Hephaestus' domain and feed it to the core to transform it. In this manner, as long as Felix remained in a rich area of celestial energy, he would be unstoppable. Little sh*t, I have to keep him in this area at all cost." Hephaestus swore under his breath as he sensed the rapid loss of celestial energy around them. This made him understand that he could not let Felix roam free in his territory as he would exhaust the whole place of celestial energy. Starforge. With a grand, sweeping motion, he began to reshape a massive part of his realm. The ground trembled and heaved as he exerted his divine will, causing lava and magma to surge upwards, swirling and coalescing into a gigantic, seething sphere. This sphere, a microcosm of his volcanic kingdom, radiated intense heat, with rivers of lava pouring across its surface. The sphere began to close in around them, its walls a cascade of molten rock and fiery plasma, menacing to engulf them in its unrelenting embrace. Simultaneously, Hephaestus unleashed another aspect of his immense power. "Arise!" With a commanding shout, he conjured thousands of fiery clones, each a wisp of his consciousness, and sent them hurtling towards Felix's clones. These ethereal doppelgangers moved with incredible speed, firing relentless barrages of lava beams and plasma blasts. While they weren't as strong as the real deal, they were able to manipulate the laws in their domain. The air crackled and sizzled with the intensity of their assault, as the clones focused their attacks on the supreme symbol floating above Felix's clones. Each beam and projectile they launched was infused with the destructive essence of Hephaestus' domain, a relentless onslaught designed to shatter the symbol and cause Felix to suffer the penalty. Amidst the swirling vortex of fire and heat, Felix and his clone concentrated their power, summoning a massive battle-axe formed from the purest form of void energy. The axe materialized in a vortex of swirling purplish darkness, its presence seeming to absorb the light around it. Whoosh! Whoosh! With a forceful swing, they launched the weapons through the superheated air. The battle-axe tore through the fabric of reality itself, a dark streak against the blinding heat, aimed straight at Hephaestus, his clones, and the enclosing sphere. Hephaestus, his expression turning from confidence to dread, watched as the void axe cut through his domain's intense heat, space, time, clones, reality, and whatever stopped in its path. Even his territorial pressure was able to merely weaken the strike but not completely block it. It was expected, as those axes possessed much stronger capabilities than even void domain, allowing them to disintegrate anything in their path. Slice. Slice. 1650. The second round. 2. Hephaestus was forced to block the void blades as the battle-axes sliced through layers of heated air and molten rock. Damn it! With a furious roar, he turned on what was left of the radiant codex divinity in his weapon and swung his hammer with all his might, meeting the void blades head-on. Boom! The impact resonated like the birth of a new sun, a cataclysmic explosion of fire and void that shook the very foundations of his realm. Unlike the lockdown utilized before that interfered with newly created laws, Hephaestus concentrated the divinity on his weapon alone, making it possible for the divinity to erase the blades during contact. Hephaestus can't afford to prolong this fight either, he has nothing to gain and everything to lose from this. Apollo thought to himself as he strummed the strings without a care in the world, filling the battlefield with his transcending music. Apollo! I know you are spectating the battle. Share the view with us. Suddenly, Apollo received a unified telepathic message from his peers. While they couldn't use their spiritual pressure to spy on the battlefield, they knew that Apollo wouldn't miss this for the world. Since he was already near Hephaestus' territory, they were certain he would spectate the fight live. I thought you would never ask. Apollo chuckled as he shared the battle by utilizing light photons to recreate a one-to-one mirror with the battlefield. Since photons traveled at the speed of light and the Unigen's territories were all linked to the center, the images delivered had almost no delay. In simpler terms, it was like he created live TV broadcasting for his peers with light photons instead of radio waves. The moment the Unigens tuned into the battle, they were surprised to see a heated back-and-forth showdown between Felix and Hephaestus. Felix, wielding a potent mix of void and evil energies, unleashed a barrage of formidable abilities. Void energy swirled around him, mingling with sinister, malevolent forces, creating a spectacle of terrifying beauty. With every move, Felix conjured devastating attacks, black void orbs that absorbed light and heat, tendrils of dark energy that lashed out like whips, and waves of malevolent force that distorted the very air they passed through. Each ability was aimed with precision, a relentless assault that tested Hephaestus' defenses to their limits. With his massive hammer, Hephaestus parried and countered Felix's onslaught, his hammer leaving trails of fire and molten rock with every swing. The clashes between his hammer and Felix's dark energies sent shockwaves rippling through the domain, a symphony of destruction that echoed in the churning magma below. As Felix said, now that he was prepared both mentally and physically for the battle, the result would not be the same, especially when Hephaestus had no divinity locked down, no stars prepared, and most importantly, Felix had the protection and enhancement of celestial flames, X2. On paper, the human and his clone has the upper hand. The only reason he isn't already bringing Hephaestus to his knees is because of his lacking battle experience. Athena commentated in the shared telepathic space. Indeed, it's almost impossible for the boy to hit Hephaestus unless he lost his divinities or enhanced his strength to the point he leaves an unbridgeable gap that experience can't cover. Zeus agreed with a solemn tone. It's about to happen all right if Hephaestus doesn't get rid of the supreme symbol. Aeolus remarked lazily as he watched Hephaestus' clones try their absolute best to destroy the symbol, but to no avail. It won't be easy, the human has the symbol protected with his life. Demeter said with an indifferent look while observing how Felix had the symbol covered in a void barrier, an evil energy barrier, a bit of celestial flames, and an intense spiritual pressure barrier. Yet, this wasn't all. He summoned his 7 Hydra tails for himself and the clone and bestowed upon them the duty of the symbol's bodyguards. If they were against Hephaestus himself, they wouldn't fare much, but against his clones operated by wisps and bodies made out of his domain? They tore through Hephaestus' clones with ease. The best part? Since the tails had minds of their own, they weren't restricted by the wrathful separation symbol, which meant each Hydra tail could unleash its unique and sinister law-based abilities. Roar! The first Hydra tail, representing wrath, glowed with a deep crimson hue as it invoked the anger inducement symbol. The symbol radiated a malevolent energy, seeped into the consciousness of the clones, and incited them into a frenzy of uncontrolled rage. Since Hephaestus was already easily irritable and angered, his wisps had absolutely no chance to resist having their desires manipulated. Their attacks became reckless and disorganized, turning them against each other in their blind fury, weakening their coordinated assault. The draconic bear head, representing sloth, released a wave of lethargic energy through the sloth inducement symbol. The nearest clones caught in its languid embrace, found their movements slowing to a crawl, their once fiery vigor diminished to listless motions. This sudden sluggishness made them simple targets for the relentless strikes of the Hydras. The rest of the tails used their own unique ways and powers to defend their sides from the Hephaestus clone army. They even utilized symbols under Felix's orders to assist him in his main battle, but since Hephaestus was protected by the radiant divinity, not many worked directly with him. Still, Felix kept abusing them to waste what remained of his radiant divinity, putting Hephaestus in a bad spot. That's what you get for risking it all and failing. Poseidon mocked. He was the only one genuinely delighted by Hephaestus' F***ck up. My lord, why isn't he utilizing resplendent divinity? I don't think he is in a position to try and save it. Admiral Nereus questioned with a deep frown. Resplendent divinity was the 4th divinity and was considered only a bit less potent than radiant divinity's effect. While radiant divinity utilized the cancelling effects of celestial energy, resplendent divinity utilized the enhancing effect. It had the potential to significantly enhance abilities or equipment to the point where the resulting outcome may be mistaken for another ability. Have you forgotten about me? Poseidon smirked coldly. He knows that if he wasted it to deal with mere clones, I will be his next opponent. A Unigen without radiant and resplendent divinities at hand is nothing but a free target. I see. This was the reason Hephaestus hadn't used resplendent divinity during his attempt to capture Felix, believing that it was already an overkill to use that much radiant divinity. Alas, when he lost control over the fight, it was already too late to use it then. Still, if he wants to get rid of the clones, he has to use some of it. Poseidon showed an icy smile. I will help him with a little shove. Without an ounce of hesitation, Poseidon merged his consciousness with his domain and commanded the vast expanse of the ocean to surge forward. Rumble! Rumble! The sky itself seemed to bow under the weight of the colossal tsunami that Poseidon conjured. An immense wall of water, stretching as far as the eye could see, rose up with a thunderous roar. It towered over the landscape, casting a vast shadow across Hephaestus' domain, a tidal force of unstoppable might. The Lord is behind us. For the Lord. All. Hail the god of the seas. Poseidon's armies, an array of sea creatures, water elementals, and warriors adept in aquatic combat, rode atop the tsunami as they bellowed with frenzied looks. They were a formidable sight, their battle cries merging with the roar of the water as they prepared to clash with Hephaestus' forces. The tsunami they rode upon was not just a weapon of destruction, it was a moving battlefield, bringing Poseidon's wrath directly to the heart of the fire god's realm. Mother **cker. Give me a break. Hephaestus, sensing the impending threat, left behind several of his fiery wisps to contend with the oceanic onslaught. While he knew that these were mere fragments of his power, and against the might of Poseidon in the flesh, they stood little chance, he still commanded them to conjure their own volcanic lava tsunami, attempting to evaporate or disrupt its advance. Since wisps had as much of a control over the domain as the main consciousness, the lava tsunami conjured wasn't to be thrilled with. This transformed the battlefields into an apocalyptic canvas with Poseidon's massive oceanic tsunami surging forward with primal fury towards that fiery river of incandescent destruction that reflected the flames god's wrath. Riding the crest of this inferno were Hephaestus' legions ready to meet their watery foes in battle, uncaring if the impact could kill them. As the oceanic and lava tsunamis collided, the world seemed to hold its breath. Then, with a cataclysmic explosion of steam and energy, the two forces clashed. The meeting of water and flames unleashed a maelstrom of steam and smoke, the air crackling with the raw power of opposing elements. The battlefield became a circling chaos of water and fire. The oceanic tsunami, with its sheer mass and momentum, attempted to engulf and quench the fiery wave, while Hephaestus' lava tsunami fought to evaporate and consume its aquatic adversary. The resulting turmoil was a dance of destruction, where water turned to steam only to be cooled back into droplets, and molten rock solidified upon contact with the cool embrace of the sea. Amidst this merged environment, the two armies collided with a ferocity befitting their masters' enmity. The sounds of battle were a symphony of hisses, roars, and the clash of arms. The air was thick with the scent of brine and sulfur, a testament to the violent union of sea and fire. Just as it seemed like the impact ended in draw, Poseidon tapped his trident on the throne's floor once and he emerged as a water titan behind his troops. "You opportunist vermin!" The instant Hephaestus saw this, his expression turned ugly. He realized that he could either go all out and end his current fight or watch as Poseidon actively devouring his territory at unstoppable rate. It could be said that he was caught between a rock and a hard place.